What's the one on this side? All right, what's the side?
Hi, good afternoon. Excuse me, good afternoon. We will, it is 4:31. I apologize. We will get started as soon as we have three commissioners on the dais. So forgive me, as soon as somebody walks in, we'll get started. All right, thank you, Commissioner Bergosh. All right, go ahead and call this meeting to order. Board of County Commissioners Public Forum, please turn your cell phone to the vibrate, silence, or off setting. Gary Sansing Public Forum is intended for matters not included on the agenda for the upcoming BCC meeting. Citizens wishing to address items on the agenda, please sign up to speak to such item at the regular Board of County Commissioners meeting. Speakers, please refrain from abusive or profane remarks, disruptive outbursts, protests, or any other conduct which interferes with the orderly conduct of the meeting. Each speaker will be limited to 2 minutes today. We already have 20 speakers, unless otherwise determined by the chairperson to allow sufficient time for all speakers. The Gary Sansing Public Forum may end 5 minutes prior to the scheduled start of the Board of County Commissioners meeting to allow the meeting to begin on time. And the first speaker this evening is Sharon Galbay, or Galbert, I apologize. May not speak English especially well, certainly if it's French. I'm sure that's not correct, but.
It would be Gobert.
Gobert, there you go. Perfect.
Okay.
Thank you.
I am a District 5 resident, a board member, volunteer, and a skate parent for figure skating here in Pensacola since 2013. And I wanted to talk today about the fact that we really seem to not be noticed, even though we've sent memos and notes to Pensacola Sports, to the county commissioners. We responded to the request for information last spring. In that 133-page document that was supposed to assess the sports needs for this community, we got one line, and it said, figure skating is growing in popularity. Okay, that is quite the understatement here, and actually, we're to the point that we're probably not growing because we've reached capacity. We've had a unprecedented growth record, 300 figure skating participants in the recent seasons. We have wait lists for all of our beginner classes, Special Olympics, and adaptive skating programs. 99% of that ice at the Bay Center is rented. We're on there between us youth and adult hockey between 3 and midnight, almost midnight every weeknight. There is no room for any of us to grow. The Adult Hockey League, when they opened their registration last year, it was at capacity with a wait list within 15 minutes. We routinely get requests from tourists that want to come here because they're visiting grandma or they want to spend a week or two at the beach, and they are competitive skaters. They have to have ice while they're out of town. We send those people to Wesley Chapel, to Tampa, to Miami, to West Palm Beach because they can't skate here during the summer or during the holidays and the off-season. There's a lot of dollars that could be coming here. We have a great opportunity to be that unique place in Northwest Florida. There are probably 50 rinks in the state of Florida. Northwest Florida is the only place that doesn't have one. You've got a built-in book of business to put in a facility here, just an extra little sheet of, a full-size sheet of ice, but not a Taj Mahal. And we would like for you guys to realize that it is a popular sport in the state of Florida.
Thank you, Ms. Gobert. Thank you. The next speaker is Colleen Carbone. Colleen Carbon, maybe? Carbone? Oh, okay. Frank Lloyd.
I came to talk about skating. I'm from
Pulled
Massachusetts.
up. Yeah, thank you.
I'm sorry.
That's all.
I come from Massachusetts. I'm a resident of Florida recently. Last year, I was able to come and skate at the Bay Area as just a skater. Oh, sorry about that. Holy smokes.
So,
Anyways, so I started skating when I was 3 years old up in Massachusetts because you could do that on ponds, and we skated seasonal. But then I got into hockey and played hockey for 26 years. I got back to when after high school, I started coaching and coached, at 20 years old, coached a Pee Wee hockey team to a championship. Taught them everything they needed to know based on giving back what I learned. Got into figure skating at 41 years old and competed at USFSA level, bronze men's competitive level. And when I came to Pensacola, I saw an opportunity. And rising tides raise all ships. I'm a positive person. And we see, when I saw little kids, you know, the difference between kids and adults is adults have longer legs, okay? We all have something inside of us. I had 3 stories written about me in figure skating. The last one was I was 55 years old, and I had a policeman come up to my house and ask me to, they said that they usually go after the kids to talk to them and get stories, but they can't find you. I'm 55 years old. I said, I'll write that story because if there's someone sitting on the couch that doesn't know if they could do something, I want that story for them. So it's just being an example. So
Right.
to come here was an awesome opportunity, and I see the potential that you have the training on the ice, the coaches for all these Special Olympics, the kids and the adults. It's a viable opportunity.
Thank you, Frank. That's time. Thank you, bud.
Okay.
Okay. Next speaker is Keith Bowie.
This is going to be regarding the OLIF 8. Our elected representatives must also reflect our values when proposing and approving the types of industry we allow to be mixed with our residential, schools, and housing. It was pointed out to me the vast difference between warehouse and a distribution center. It lays in the functional difference between the two. Yet this knowledge is kept secret. We know the changes coming to our dais. It's important all of the surrounding districts to attend and speak up for these changes proposed in other districts who also are affected and have opposition. The secrecy behind it is the real problem because decisions can't really be made when these secrets are kept from the people knowing what's going to be going in there. And there's a vast difference between a warehouse and a distribution center, especially the size of what is possibly Amazon. Congratulations to Steve Stroberger, District 1 County Commissioner, also to Ashley Hoffberger, District 4, for their projected wins in November, to Joshua Robertson for his strong campaign in District 5. This is no time for the loss of momentum for me, and also to support Mike Kohler, District 2 Commissioner. Although the proven insightful and he has been proven to be insightful and helpful for my district, and it's been a grueling process for him to dispatch reason to win the votes on the dais, which we'll talk about later this afternoon with some of the lawsuits. But we really need to have some forward thinking, and I hope we don't go through a bunch of expenditures at the last minute. We really consider how we're applying our funds. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Colleen Carbone, or Carbone? Carbone, there you go.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Afternoon.
I'm here to speak on behalf of the Greater Pensacola Figure Skating Club. I'm a parent of a skater, and for the Beulah OLF 8, I would highly recommend a sports complex that includes year-round ice. To give a little background, I am a native of Florida. You don't hear that much. I've lived in Pensacola for 25 years, actually on and off before then. I grew up in the South Florida area. I've seen unchecked development there. My husband's from the Tampa area, Clearwater, St. Petersburg. We've seen unchecked development there. We went to college in Jacksonville. We've seen unchecked development there. Here in Pensacola, we have a great opportunity to use this space, if it's not for retail or housing, to help develop a year-round iceplex that we don't have anywhere in the Panhandle. The closest that we have for year-round ice, Orlando. I've been there. I've spent a lot of money there for my daughter who ice skates. And now competitively, even though we don't have year-round ice, I've spent money in Brandon, Wesley Chapel, Coral Springs, Go Panthers, hockey, and Boca Iceplex, which is one of the most recent, newest iceplex that Florida has. Those are the ones that I've gone to spend money at because we don't have year-round ice here. When the ice flyers are done, my daughter is done with one of her 2 activities and hobbies. It goes from October to maybe April or May. I would highly consider, if we're going to use this land for development, that we use it for something that has a positive purpose. And one of those purposes is to have an ice hanger, if we want to keep it with the Ice Flyers theme, an iceplex. We could use it for competitions. We could have a lot of revenue come into this area
Colleen,
to
that's your
host
time.
competitions. And then, of course, our Greater Pensacola Figure Skating Club, with all of its members, would have year-round ice.
Thank you, Colleen.
Thank you for your time and hopefully your consideration.
All right, thank you. Next speaker is Teresa Blackwell.
Good afternoon, and
Good
I'm all
afternoon.
for the Iceplex. Combine it with a pool, an indoor sports place. Okay, so I'm going to start a little philosophically. This country was founded of the people, for the people. Somewhere along the way, maybe 100 years ago or more, this county became of the wealthy, for the wealthy. If they can't own it, they will fight to control it. And they have their minions willing to feed off their breadcrumbs, many in government, making decisions that do not benefit the people, but serve the wealthy, control obsessed. An earthquake, as Jim Little described it, is starting to rumble through Escambia County, and we will take it wherever it needs to go, because we, the people, have had enough. Now, to OLF 8, we have been checking into what county staff is doing related to OLF 8 in public documents, and some of what I've seen is concerning. Florida West, well, for the county, I'll go back to, there's a document came from the Development Services Department, which Caleb McCarty tried to disassociate himself from when I talked with him. But basically, it shows requests from the engineering department that suggest changes to the DPZ master plan. One of the changes they want is to add the word distribution in front of warehouse use that is allowed in the plan. Possibly even distribution by right, whatever that means. That contemplated change alone shows they know full well that a distribution warehouse is not allowed. Excuse me, sirs, I am talking here. When you get through, I'll let me know, okay? That contemplated change alone shows they know full well the distribution warehouse is not allowed
Teresa,
in the DPZ
that is your 2 minutes, Teresa.
master plan. I can't understand what you're saying, but I've got
That
a
is-
lot more to say, so I'll
that-
have to write it.
All right, that is your 2 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next speaker is Brian Wire.
Good evening, Commissioners. I just wanted to personally invite you to the Pensacola Supplier Development Exchange we're having next week or next Tuesday from 9 to 12. This is an opportunity where the Pensacola is hosting the departments from the state of Florida here in our area, such as the corrections, transportation. They're going to be here in Pensacola, and a chance for you to meet, have panel discussions with them, and then give businesses and individuals an opportunity to come talk to them in person about how they can do business with the state, the city, and the county. I also want to thank Lindsay Stevens from the purchasing department and her team Tina for being there and helping to present and also provide a table. This is a great opportunity for our citizens to get a chance to really find out what's going on and have some bids and contract and work being done. The information is listed here. September the 10th from 9 to 2. You can come at any time. We're also going to have some breakfast foods for individuals. At lunchtime, we're going to have food trucks in the parking lot, and we'll provide some vouchers to help cover some of the costs of those food trucks. But thank you for your constant support of our chamber and the community. Appreciate what you're doing for all the businesses in the area. And if you have any questions, feel free to give me a call and let me know.
All right.
Thank you,
Mike.
sirs.
Yep. Next speaker is Stanley Gray.
Y'all may recognize me from waving in front of my signs, Vote for Our Lives. I'm here to mention to you that we are not divided. We are Republicans, Democrats, Independents, and non-affiliated moderates. We're not extremists, bullying, profiteering candidates that are trying to hoard money. We want to help the people get the things that we need to have in order for us to sustain our life. That means that we got to keep our regulations in place, and we have to take care of the lives that we have. If we don't do that, we might as well just kiss ourselves goodbye, because the extremist bullies are going to profit off of us, and we're not going to be here. I have been here well over 30 years. I retired from Escambia County for 20 years of service. I enjoyed my service with Escambia County, and I remember many of you faces. I would like to say that most of the people that I know here are Republicans, and they all tell me they're moderates. So I'm pleading with my moderate Republican friends and neighbors and family to please vote for moderates, not the extremist bullying profiteers. Love to all.
Thank you.
Come by and wave at me.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Stanley. Next speaker is Jerry Price.
Hello, it's been a while since I've been up here. I wish all of you the best who are not going to be here, and thank you for your service. The things that I want to talk about are mainly with Mike Kohler, and I didn't know if maybe you'd have time after the meeting for some conversation. I want to relay something that happened a couple days ago. I called the sheriff's department on a blanket trespass issue, and I stuck around to see if anything would happen. Nobody came. I made a second call. Nobody came. You hand out these signs that say no loitering, no trespass, subject to arrest, and you put them on your property. And it's to allow the police, and by the way, I'm 100% behind the police. I'll back them 100%. But when you have this sign and they don't come, it leaves you feeling defeated. And I've asked for help from the commissioners to talk with the sheriff's department to get them to interact more. And I'm not seeing it. And I'm going to leave it at that. We've got a good sheriff's department. I'm not behind our sheriff, though.
Thank you, Jerry. Next speaker is Patrick Wilkes.
I've got a copy of a summary of what I'm going to say, and then the copies of the liens that I'm going to talk about.
All right, thank you.
So I'm going to read off of what I wrote here because I can't come off the cuff. I'm here today as a realtor representing the Hoovers for the sale of their property at 4201 Jean Street in Pensacola. Also with me is Terry Steck, who's representing the buyers of the property. It came to our attention very late in the closing process that the Jean Street property can't be sold because of a previous lien that was attached to another home that the Hoovers previously owned. Apparently, a code enforcement lien was put in place 8 days before the property was foreclosed on 3.5 years ago. That home was 520 Lynch Street. It has since been resold by the bank and is not under the Hoovers' control. They were entirely unaware of the lien. We have been told that the county is working with the current owners to address the outstanding issues until that matter is resolved with the current owners, the Hoovers can't settle their portion of the debt to release the lien, which is also attached to them personally. I've been working over the past month with Terrence Davis over the county code enforcement. I've also spoken with Mike Kohler's secretary a couple times. I've been told that this body has the power to help me and correct this issue. Prior to the awareness of the code enforcement lien, many people invested money into this property, the 4201 Jean Street, including a roofer, a termite inspector. The first-time homebuyer put in money in their inspections and the appraisal and was waiting for us to close. As already stated, the Hoovers have the ability and willingness to pay the fines and the late fees they're responsible for their process for the closing proceeds, but to convey the clear title of the release and liability of the old Lynch Street property. The home under contract is 4201 Jean Street. It's the Hoovers' only asset. The only issue, unless the issue can be remedied, this home will likely go into foreclosure and they'll lose everything. The Hoovers have already used what little money have for moving expenses out of the property into a place in Missouri with family. They're currently literally sleeping in tents, awaiting the funds for the sale of this property so they can move on with their lives. In the interest of the sellers, the first-time home buyers who are also expected parents and individuals and businesses to whom money is owed to, we're only asking that the Hoovers be released of the liability of the 520 Lynch Street violations so they can settle their lien and effect the sale. Get their outstanding invoices paid and move on. Without your intervention, these people are in an impossible situation and quite literally being held hostage to a situation that they are willing but being disallowed to pay on a home they do not own or have access to,
Patrick,
the 520 Lynch Street.
That is your time. Mike,
Okay.
I don't know if this is something you're involved in. I mean, Tim is the director of code enforcement. He's sitting here as well as I believe Mr. Davis as well. So,
Okay.
Mike, do you have any?
I appreciate. I was told that I needed to speak here in this forum to
No, I
address it with you guys.
appreciate you coming down, and actually, I reached out. I would like, we can't tie up public forum, but I'd like you to get with Tim and Terrence, and then I'll get with them and see how I can help you.
Okay, I
Does that
appreciate
sound
it.
reasonable?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Next speaker is Pamela Wyrick.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I want to thank you for
Afternoon.
letting me speak today. My address is 8902 Mars Drive, Pensacola, 32507. I wanted to speak about the previous flood issue that had been going on for 3 years, and it seemed to have been corrected, and I was really impressed, and I submitted a letter of thank you and gratitude to all of you and all those involved. We met with the site supervisor and pointed out where the water flow, this is just prior to them breaking the ground for the correction so our property wouldn't flood. That took the 3 years, but they were there. We met with the property, Mr. Simon, who's the supervisor, pointed out where the water flows from, offered pics. We were told plans are done and it will correct the flow. Before digging began, we pointed out to the engineers that were standing there. They are starting too far from the problem. When we have pics to show, once again, plans are already given and the money's been appropriated. And I kept pointing out, this is not going to stop our flooding. It's a great job, but they are not stopping our flooding. As digging, we watched cement an area to divert flow too far from the problem. I did send messages throughout to the engineers and all involved. Last 2 rains, not real bad. Downpours, no flooding. All water came down the drainage where it was supposed to go into the flow. However, Where they did not correct came directly into our property. So once again, from Schooner Landing, where we had started this problem, Schooner Landing's driveway, where the pole is, and we kept trying to let them look at the pictures, they said the money was appropriated and the jobs were done. So once again, we haven't had flooding, so we're really lucky, but I can say I sent a letter of gratitude because all those workers were in their cars at 5:30 in the morning, waiting to start their job at 6. It was 110 degrees, and those men were out there working every single day till 6:30 at night.
All right, Ms. Wyrick, that's,
Okay.
I'm sorry, that's your time. Thank you. Next speaker is Rudy Wyrick. No, sir, we don't yield time anymore. No, sir, it's been a number of years, but you're welcome to come and speak. You're welcome to come and speak.
I got a question.
Yes, sir.
Blue Angel and 98. Just north of 98 on Blue Angel, you got a mound built up. That must be about a little bit over that fellow's head right over there. The hospital is a lot lower than that across the street. You got Publix parking lot and entranceway is built up higher than the hospital is. So where's the water going to go?
Yes, sir.
That's my question.
Okay, Mr. Wyrick, I mean, this is your time to speak. I'm not sure. I personally don't know the answer, and if somebody wants to ask some staff to get with you after your comments, but you still have a minute left to speak if you'd like to make some more comments.
Well, I'd like to give it to my wife if I can.
No, sir, we're not ceding time to other people, but you're welcome to
Okay,
spend
well,
your
the
time.
water ain't going where it's supposed to go, which
Okay.
is away from our house.
Okay.
But other than that, I just wanted to bring that to somebody's attention. Because if the hospital floods, that's more people ain't gonna get seen if it's in a bad area in bad times.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay?
Reasonable
And
question.
y'all
Yes,
are
sir.
supposed to be responsible enough to make sure of those things.
Yes, sir.
And that just, you got to check on these things because these people will build these things up 6 foot high or better. And then you've done caused another problem with no drainage for that.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Wyrick. All right. Next speaker is Kathy Rushing.
Well, I complained several times, but I am enjoying how much that the road department fixed my problem. I can sleep at night when it rains. I don't have to worry about where that water's going. And I just want y'all to know how pleased I am and how happy I am.
How
If I
much
can-
time would you like to speak, Kathy? How much time would you like?
Listen, I came up here for at least 3 times fussing.
Yes, ma'am.
So if I can come 3 times fussing, I can come 3 times saying thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Kathy. Yes. Next speaker is Jenna Tolles. I'm sorry. Jenna Tolles. Okay. Chris Kerb.
I try to tell my flood defenders we all do a good job where you need to thank you, so thank you. Chris Kerr with Flood Defenders. Last month I was up here talking about some information from American Society of Civil Engineers and historical national flood insurance data from floodsmarts.gov. And I mentioned all the money that has been paid out on claims. Muscogee County 1980 to 2023 is like $720 million for almost 12,000 claims. That's a lot of money. Last year, I was in a webinar with First Street Foundation where they released a peer-reviewed precipitation model capturing changes in our heavy rain events in the U.S. And the takeaway from it was we're $36 billion deficit with our National Flood Insurance Rate Program. And that's accumulated since 1968. Today, I listened to a First Street Foundation webinar, and it was insights on the Congressional Budget Office, findings of flood risk, insurance, and effective adaptations. The takeaway from that is expected flood damages to homes by 2050 will be $258 billion. Insurance Journal, also First Street Foundation, after Hurricane Debbie, they found that damaged homes are outside our flood zones without coverage. More than 3/4 of the properties flooded by Hurricane Debbie were outside the designated special flood hazard zones. Those folks didn't have flood insurance probably. We're still using 2006 flood insurance rate maps in Escambia County. We haven't adopted the preliminary 2017. Not that it matters, because 3/4 of the properties are going to flood anyway outside those flood hazard zones. Losses from Hurricane Debbie in Florida were 2.6 million to 4.5 billion in losses.
All right, Chris, that's your time. Just kind of wrap it up, please.
Well, can I get to the punchline?
Sure.
The punchline is locally we need to start looking at flood risk in a different light. And we need to rethink our strategies in our vulnerable areas. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chris. The next speaker is Joseph Durando. Oh, I doubt that. But
Good afternoon, everybody.
Yes, sir.
My name is Joseph Durando. I'm the Air Boss for Wounded Eagle UAS. We're here to seek the opportunity to be able to occupy a building that you have over at the Lakeview Terrace Park. We operate a training academy for disabled veterans, wounded veterans, and also Civil Air Patrol. Not only the Air Boss for Wounded Eagle, but I'm also a check pilot and mission pilot for Civil Air Patrol. We'd like to be able to use that facility for training our pilots to fly past the FAA Part 107 and also be able to build and repair their aircraft and other things of that nature. So I come before you with hat in hand, asking if we'd be able to operate out of any of your abandoned buildings and be able to rejuvenate them and bring them up to a useful standard in order for us to train our veterans and our Civil Air Patrol members. Kind of a little something different, not exactly what you guys have been using, but for something completely different. So if you would give it some consideration, I'd be greatly obliged. If available, I'd be happy to present you my business card. We've been in existence for 10 years. We were originally in Los Angeles. I'm a refugee from Southern California, loving it here in beautiful Pensacola, the land of freedom and great people who are generally friendly when they wave to you. They're not actually just giving you one finger, they're giving you all 5 of them. It's great out here. Anyway, I just wanted to call and ask you guys if there's anything you guys can do to help us with establishing a facility so that we can train them. I have a backlog of students right now from Alabama, Georgia, and all over Florida who'd like to be able to come up and take advantage of our services. We don't charge for our guys because I'm a disabled veteran also, but we've all part of the family. It said us on our blouse. And so we take care of family. We don't do hand-ups, but we do hand-ups, and this is our opportunity to give them a hand-up in the drone operations, to not only do it for commercial, but also for therapy. Because when you put on these goggles and you're flying through a camera on the nose of the drone, it's real world, it's not synthetic. But that's part of training, but it's also really good for cognitive behavior and also executive functions. So guys with TBI, PTSD, things of that nature, get a tremendous amount of benefit from it. I've been told it's like an out-of-body experience for some of these guys. It's just really amazing, and it's too much fun. But thank you very much, I guess.
Absolutely.
That's my time.
It sounds like a fine idea. Mike?
Mr. Chairman, if you could just give the deputy your card, and I'll call you either tomorrow or early next week to talk to him.
Thank you very well,
Thanks.
sir.
Yeah, I wish I had a vacant building in District 5 at a community center. And that sounds like a fine idea. Some space. Next speaker is Arnitha. Welcome.
Good evening, Commissioners.
Good evening.
I want to thank you for allowing me to speak to you on behalf of the Gulf Coast Veterans Homeless Stand Down. And I personally want to thank you, commissioners, for all that you do. I know a lot of your work goes unnoticed, but through it all, we see what you do. And I just want to personally thank you, Commissioner May, Commissioner Bagash, Commissioner Kohler, and Commissioner Barry for all the support that you give us veterans during our parade, during the stand down. I want to personally thank you. Here's some flyers here, and I just wanted to share with you, and I'll also be sending it to you on your computer about the homeless stand down. Now, every year, this is our annual stand down, and I'm speaking on behalf of my chairperson, Mr. Joe Herron. Our veterans benefit from this stand down. We give away free, and I also want to thank you too, Wes Marino. I didn't look that far, a little nervous up here, but I want to thank you for all that you do too. Our veterans benefit from the stand down. We talk about the PTSD. We have people there to share, give them valuable information on mental health, their benefits. They can also submit paperwork for medical benefits. We have a representative there. We also have free bus passes where veterans cannot, don't have transportation to the stand down, which will be held at the Brownsville Community Center. And the transportation is to and from, and we also provide a meal to our veterans. So we are concerned. We love our veterans. We see a lot of homeless veterans on the street, and we're concerned about our veterans. So we hope that you all are able to make it, and we put on a good show for our veterans. Thank you so much.
Mr. Chairman?
Yep. Yes, sir.
Ms. Welcome, I want to thank you. I know that there were two constituents that were over in the Brownsville community that couldn't get their disability that was recommended to you, and now
Yes.
they are no longer homeless because they're getting their check because whether you took them to Biloxi or whatever you did.
That's right.
You did a great job for
Thank you.
two people that I saw every single day at the Brownsville church, and they didn't have any hope or any help, and calling you, they're both very appreciative, so I want to publicly thank you. And
Thank you, Commissioner.
obviously, I know Commissioner Cole.
Thank you. Thank you. We take this job serious.
Thank you. I know you don't get paid for it, but I mean,
No, we
you made
don't.
a difference in the lives of two people who are homeless, so thank you.
And also veterans, sometimes you get frustrated on submitting paperwork for benefits, and you're turned down and you just want to throw in the hat, but you cannot do that. This is, when you first became a veteran or you entered in the military, you entered in perfect condition. Otherwise, they would not have taken you. I'm a veteran. So now we come out with all these disabilities, and we cannot just forget about it. You have to continue to submit your paperwork. You have to talk to your VSOs, because they are concerned also, and most of them are veterans. We submitted paperwork to a couple of lawyers, and the veterans received their 100% disabilities. So please, my husband, James Welcome, he's the benefits coordinator, and I can get you some information if you're concerned about that. But thank you so much.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you. And we're also getting ready for the Veterans Day Parade in November.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is George Levy.
Hello, Commissioners.
Hello.
Name's George Levy. I have a little safety concern to bring up that wasn't on my presentation. It's got to do with the ambulances. I see a bunch of blue, dark blue ambulances, EMS, and I have a concern about that, safety, the visibility. And, you know, I think white and red and other bright colors might help minimize safety impact. Also, for efficiency here, I noticed that you used to have a running clock to help the countdown.
Oh, really?
Help people, and you don't have that anymore. And if you also had also a little thing on the side, the next person up, it might help people prepare.
Those are good ideas. Our electronic voting doesn't work either, so there's a few problems.
Okay. Anyway,
So I'm sorry.
my topic is compromise. Here, I have some direct and indirect interactions with the
Escambia Board of Commissioners and staff over the last few years have more than once used the word favors. I've been thinking that it may be more than that, and the word compromise came up after one of my last interactions with the Escambia County staff. I do not understand why there are state statutes and county codes and ordinances that for one reason or another are compromised on a regular basis. As an extreme example, the standard of driving on public streets in the good old USA is staying on the right side of the roadway center line. Does it make any sense if a resident requests a 1-mile section of county road to be made so everyone had to drive left of the center line? Compromise. No reason. Are many of the local flooding issues due to compromise? By not using more robust conservative rainfall info and drainage design, that flooding would less likely happen as often. By compromising and allowing a 6-inch drain pipe instead of a more conservative 12-inch drain pipe, is that doing any good to any of those who have to live with the adverse consequences?
George, that is your time. If you can wrap it up, please, in just a minute, just a couple seconds.
There are many compromises, Bristol Park, Charlene, Lake Charlene, building codes. We need to enforce them. The cost about insurance, whatnot, compromises.
Thank you, George.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Next speaker is Andrew Stewart. And has Jenna Tolles come in the room? Okay.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
First of all, I wished I had more. I had a red shirt on before I left the house, and I put this green one on because I wanted to support the OLF 8 considerations. But I do understand your concerns on the water. Commissioner May, I'm glad to see that you're here today because I think this may. I'm not trying to irritate anybody, but this is a little bit in disagreement of your thought processes on OLF 8. Jobs, last time we were here, I spoke about jobs as a justification for the Dynamo project. And I said for myself, that's a very hard sell for me because the rapid growth of the population along 9 Mile Road in Beulah and between 9 Mile Road, Beulah Road, and Frank Reeder would seem to indicate that there are plenty of jobs and opportunities in the immediate area. Teresa Blackwell's News Journal article of July 7th, 2024 notes that the starting salary for the Project Dynamo jobs at $16.50 an hour and explains that the annual salaries for those jobs are well below the amount needed to use those jobs as justification for the Triumph Gulf Coast grant. Now, hopefully there's a possibility, but those jobs are not high enough pay. We had the thing with the Haitians and the concerns there, and I think that it would be great to have STEM values or STEM education for black and brown people so that they could actually get jobs that are good and well paying, and hope that the OLF 8 program will get towards that. But rather than making the development of OLF 8 about jobs, I believe the focus should be making Beulah a better place to live, to raise our families, and to have the amenities which improve our quality of life. For instance, the ice complex was talked about earlier, or any other facilities that enhance the life and the day-to-day of the people who live in the Beulah area. To be clear, development of the town center, as agreed to unanimously by the county commissioners and the DPZ master plan compromise, is and should be priority number one.
Mr. Stewart, that is your time. Can you kind of wrap it up, please?
I will. We've shown in this forum multiple opportunities for us to do that. I think it's time for us to get on with our efforts. I would recommend that the commissioners redouble their efforts to complete the most urgent work needed to get the Beulah residents what they're hoping for in the OLF 8 program.
Thank you.
And to Mr. McGosh, good luck in the future, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Stewart, you and I certainly agree 100%. Not low-wage jobs, so I agree with you 100%.
All right. Next speaker is Peter Bolton.
Hi, I'm addressing OLF 8, and I understand from the PEDC meeting, the recent one, that you've received a letter of intent from the Project Dynamo prospective tenant client. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. I mean, this is really a time for your
Okay,
comments.
could you
Yes,
tell me
sir.
where that's published?
I don't believe it is published.
Why not?
This is really a time for your comments, sir.
Mr. Chairman, it's coming to our next agenda. 3 projects. It's coming to our next agenda.
Right, but you've received them, and I listened to you, Commissioner Barry, and you said you did receive, the board received a letter of intent at that meeting. So that was over a week ago.
Yeah,
Why don't we know?
Yeah, we as the county, I believe the letters come to the county attorney. But Mr. Bolton, this is your time. Please just make your comment.
Well, the Sunshine Law is construed to frustrate all evasive devices.
Yes, sir.
Has a long list of things that come under that. Certainly a letter of intent for a project of this size would justify it being public knowledge and published as soon as received. I don't understand why, and we've got a fairly large group of people here from the Beulah area that keep coming back to this. Why is there such secrecy? I mean, this doesn't seem appropriate. The only answers I've gotten is to protect the company moving in from losing employees in its prior location. Well, that doesn't really give a lot of ethics to the company coming in. But furthermore, you told us it's a huge nationally known brand. Well, if it's that big, then why do they have to protect the people that they're leaving behind? Because they're not going to be bringing them with them. Certainly not at $16 an hour. What's the secret, and why don't we know? This has to be answered. That's all I have to say today.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Bolton. So did Jenna Tolles walk in the room? Okay, not seeing her. So board, that was the last comment about OLF8. We do still have a number of speakers. Madam Counsel, do you mind just giving a 20-second synopsis about when a company does request for economic development that there's a clause for confidentiality for some period of time?
Sure.
Just what the
So,
gist of it is.
Escambia County relies on Florida West, which is a separate entity to do our economic development vetting on our behalf. And there is a specific public records exemption that is allowed for economic development purposes, assuming that certain preconditions have been met. And we do rely on our economic development agency, Florida West, to process those. And in this particular case, that exemption has been exercised, and Florida West has confirmed very recently to me that that exemption is remaining in place as of today.
And I'm not saying that it would have any impact on this project or another project in the future. That clause not being honored has had an impact on a project in the past. I can't speak to that directly. I'm not saying in this case currently. I'm not saying it's going to have an impact. It would have an impact on a case in the future. It did have an impact on a project in District 5 in my constituents district in the past. The confidentiality clause not being followed, and you mentioned something coming forward, for discussion. All I would say is that I understand that there are concerns and I'm empathetic to those, but the board cannot do business until the items come to the agenda and everyone has an opportunity to talk and discuss it. If there's frustrations about not knowing, it's because nothing is happening. When something even potentially can happen, it will be on an agenda for discussion and everyone will have an opportunity to discuss. Nothing is going on. If we receive unsolicited offers, we receive correspondence. I mean, that's what, there's not any, you can't, sir, you had your time at the podium, you can't yell from the audience, please, but at the point in time that there is something to discuss, it will be discussed. I'm sorry, Commissioner May, do you want to make comments?
No, I just have a point of clarification, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
Are there unsolicited proposals that we don't have, that maybe the attorney office does have?
Oh, I'm not necessarily. I'm just saying if we receive things, we receive things. I'm not sure about that, Commissioner. But
okay, I mean,
was just
because
saying
I don't
in
have any
general.
proposals.
Yeah, I'm just saying in general, if we receive things, we as the county, not we as in Stephen, but if we as the county receive things, we receive things. But at the point in time that there's anything could potentially even happen, it will come here. Nothing is happening without coming to this board. But I apologize. Our next speaker is Larry.
I apologize.
No, Larry Downs Jr. Yes, sir.
Larry Downs Jr. Plumbing LLC, because fecal matters. Now, I'm really here today to see if you're going to violate my First Amendment right, Commissioner Stephen Berry. I'm really, I kind of got offended, because it's the speech that we don't like is the most important.
You're not going to curse, Larry. So if that's what you're asking, you're not going to curse.
It's the speech that we don't like that's the most uncomfortable. That's why it's so important. It's not the speech we agree with. This happens across the country, and commissions just like this one lose. They lose, and y'all have lost a lot of money in lawsuits. And I'm to the point to where y'all may have to have another one, because I believe my right to fecal poo-poo caca is my right to say it. And you don't get to be so offended to tell me that I can't exercise my First Amendment up here. Do you see how? I know you don't want to hear us. That's why you cut the minutes down. That's why some people get 2 minutes, some people get 3 minutes. They get to deliver their punchline, but not me. 14th Amendment, equal protection of the law, of the laws. We have a code. We have a code right here in our county that says that our signage must be content neutral. So, that's for you, Mr. Berry. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? You telling me that I can't say my slogan for my plumbing company up here because it's too offensive for your ears? Are you telling me that?
I'm telling you, you're not going to curse, Larry.
This is not cursing. This is not a curse word. You don't get to decide which ones. Okay. I'm really close. You need to ask the attorney here. You need to ask her before you cost we the people more money. Is that what you want to do? You want another lawsuit you're going to lose? Holy shit. Can't believe it.
Okay. Thank you, Larry. The next speaker is Andrew Bluer.
Andrew Bluer, 6101 Midas Place. And the reason why I come down here, because y'all have already done something crazy, or y'all getting ready to do something crazy. So, here it goes. And my lady, you must be a multi-millionaire or something other. You must be a multi-millionaire.
Andrew, please address the board.
Okay,
Please
I'll
don't
address the board.
another.
But this lady here must be a multi-millionaire or whatever. But I want to know how she bypassed the campaign contribution law or whatever to get y'all all to agree to do something for her. Because, my goodness, she probably gave more campaign contributions than Adams Home of Gulf Breeze, Lewis Bear, and Studer family put together to get y'all to get West Marino to do something. Okay, I'm down here about flood. If you don't remember, for 30 years now, Bellevue has been flooding. You remember that little spring ring we had, the 29th and the 30th of 2014? Y'all haven't done nothing to fix the problem. Nothing. Now, he said it's easy. All we got to do is expand Hogan's Pit. But for some reason, our county engineer, DEI hire, I guess, won't do it.
Please don't yell, Andrew.
I'm not yelling.
Yeah, please don't.
But anyhow, they won't do it. Okay. But anyhow, we got other staff members that lie to the, change the zoning thing. You got a staff member to lie. So basically, you need to fire that guy, okay? Fire him. Because basically, we've got Bellevue Drive or Bellevue Avenue. There's a flooding problem there. And then y'all going to want to rezone that from LDR to MDR? Don't do it. I've already fixed Jeff Bagosh's little red wagon, and he's going to go home crying, okay? But Lumen May, if y'all's wagon is broke and your wagon's broke or whatever, I'll fix it, and y'all can go home crying too, because I'm going to do my best. If y'all vote for that,
Andrew, that's your time. Thank you.
What?
I understand. That's your time. Thank you.
My time, I ain't got started. But anyhow, the Zachary Estates, Rosewood Estates,
Andrew.
Muldoon Point.
Andrew, thank you. Thank you. Next speaker is Dave Brady.
Good afternoon. My name is David Brady. I'm 5025 Midas Road in Pensacola.
Good.
I had a couple of concerns about the construction, that permit for the 20 acres or more or less property on the corner of Bellevue and Muldoon on the north side there. We have a flooding issue, as Mr. Blue was just kind enough to point out and potentially remind somebody of, depending on what you know. Flooding is a problem. Heavy rains are, causes a lot of water to back up on the streets and people's yards. Mine has not flooded yet, thank God. I am concerned with the increased construction and the loss of the land for drainage, that it will.
All right, sir, please, you need to stop it. Please speak to the flooding aspect. The rezoning is a case on the board agenda, so just, if you will just.
I understand that, but if you allow the rezoning and subsequent construction in there, that's going to take a lot of land, a lot of drainage land away, which will increase the risk of flooding.
Just please don't mention the rezoning. That's all I'm saying.
Then I'm probably done. Thank you for your time.
All right. Thank you. The next speaker is Eric Sharplin.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. Eric Sharplin, 318 Garfield Drive. I just wanted to come down tonight and say to Jeff, I thank you for your service. You've done a great job. I wish this county could come together and the snide remarks stop. I mean, I have people who've gotten upset with me. Why beat the man over the head? I mean, the election's over. It's done. It's time we move on. I think Mike would even agree with that, wouldn't you? And I just, we got to remember, we're all citizens of this county working together for the greater common good. So I just wanted to just come down for a minute, Jeff, and thank you for your service, and I wish you the best.
Thank you, Eric. Next speaker is Gene Brown. And has Jenna Tolles walked into the room? Okay. All right, board, this will be I'm sorry? This is our last speaker.
Good afternoon, Commissioners and
Yes, ma'am.
everyone. I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm Jean Brown of 1475 Finley Drive for 56 years. First, remember Finley JoJo. We neighbors of Finley, JoJo, Westside, and Wood Run oppose development in our neighborhood that is not compatible in character, size, density, and intensity with our existing neighborhood. We will remain vigilant to protect and defend our homes. Second, Steps for Autism, sponsored by Autism Pensacola. This is an event, and I would like to invite all of you to attend the Steps for Autism, Walking with Levi. Some of you have supported Autism Pensacola, including Commissioner Burgosh and others, and we thank you. This event will be held Saturday, September 14th at 10 a.m. until 1 at the Pensacola State College track. This year's event is in memory of Levi Williams, a 3-year-old little boy with autism who escaped his home, was struck by an automobile in March of '24. His family has been an active participant in Steps for Autism. We are grateful to honor the memory of Levi in this way. All proceeds benefit programs and services offered by Autism Pensacola in our area. It's for the whole family, kid-friendly activities, music, food trucks, a one-lap ceremonial walk, and more. This fundraiser for Autism Pensacola supports its programs and services, including Kids for Camp, a summer learning lab camp for kids with autism. Project Lifesaver provides bracelets that emit a radio signal that search and rescue personnel can use to track and locate a missing individual. Take Me Home, a free program provided by Pensacola Police Department that manages a database of information on individuals with special needs who may need assistance if they are found alone or have difficulty communicating. respite opportunities, support groups, Sensory Street, holiday gift card assistance, and community outreach events.
Jean, that is your time.
I have an 18-year-old grandson, and I volunteer with with Autism Pensacola for Roy. Thank
Yes,
you
ma'am.
very much.
Thank you very much. All right. Board, that is all our speakers. We do have, clearly, we do have a number of guests this evening, so we'll maybe try to be brief, break 5 minutes, and reconvene at 5:36, 5:37. Try to be right on time. All right.
Should I say the secret? Maybe he's got her information.
Thank you. If I've got commissioners in the room, let's, yeah, Mike, thank you. And, no, it's okay. All right, we'll go ahead and get started. Escambia County Board of County Commissioners, regular meeting, September 5:41 p.m. Please turn your cell phone to the vibrate, silence, or off setting. Board of County Commissioners allows any person to speak regarding an item on the agenda. The speaker will be limited to 3 minutes unless otherwise determined by the chairperson to allow sufficient time for all speakers. I don't think that's necessary this evening. Speakers shall refrain from abusive or profane remarks, disruptive outbursts, protests, or any other conduct which interferes with the orderly conduct of the meeting. Upon completion of the public comment period, discussion will be limited to board members and questions raised by the board. This evening, honored to have Pastor William Strickland and his wife from Harvest Christian Center. If you might make your way forward and maybe give an invocation this evening, sir. And afterward, you can give me an assessment of my nephew and his wife's attendance and if they're doing the things that they should be doing at church. So,
thank you for the privilege to be here. Let us pray. Our Father in heaven, we approach your throne room with praise. Yours is a throne of grace, and for that, we praise you, our one and only sovereign. Together, we thank you for your many blessings. Thank you for our lives and the measure of health that we often take for granted. Thank you for our provisions, our families, and our friends. Thank you for the ability to be involved in useful work and for the privilege of bearing the appropriate responsibilities you've given each one of us. We appreciate the work of these county commissioners and those who work with them for our community's sake. God, we thank you for the freedom to embrace or reject you. Thank you for loving us regardless, based on your amazing grace, which knows no bounds. And we thank you for not sending your Son, Jesus, to condemn us, but to save us. In the Holy Bible, You teach your people to respect and pray for those in authority. So this evening, I petition you for these county commissioners, those who work alongside them, and all who are assembled in this meeting. Give them wisdom from above to address the issues of our times. Please give them a sense of the true needs of our residents. Grant us all a desire to do what's right in your sight today and always. Give us the confidence to do the right thing, even if others disagree. Help these leaders, we pray, to work together in harmony and with those who would act disagreeably. Please grant them inner peace so that they can enjoy the work that's been assigned to them. I pray for the agenda that's set before them this evening. Please give each of them an assurance of what would please you and what would benefit those who live and work in and around our Escambia County. In the name of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, I believe, and together we give you praise for who you are. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you so much.
Yes. Thank you, sir. Commissioner Kohler, would you lead us in the pledge? Yes, sir, and thank you again for making the trip down this evening. We appreciate having you and appreciate you doing the invocation this evening. Any items to be added to the agenda, Madam Council?
No, sir.
Thank you. Commissioner May?
No, sir, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Nothing for me.
Commissioner Kohler? I had a couple of discretionary items. I believe they've been distributed. Mr. Administrator?
I have nothing.
All right, thank you. And entertain a motion to adopt the agenda. Thank you.
Second.
All right, please vote. Item passes 4-0. Commissioners Forum, Commissioner May?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
I certainly want to thank Leroy Williams and the staff for getting the Wedgewood Community Center open. I certainly want to send out my condolences to the two young men who lost their life to senseless acts of violence, and to Mr. Pezant, who was shot over 7 times, who is still recovering, who was a young man who played ball for me. His father played for me since he was about 10, and he also played for me, and we're wishing him a speedy recovery. We're certainly working to work with Chief Simmons on cameras and those things in our parks and at our ball fields to make sure that our citizens are safe. And unfortunately, the aggression in Little League sports has got out of hand. And certainly, I want to thank Wes Marino and Michael Rose. I mean, they made some unpopular decisions this weekend that probably affected thousands of people in terms of where they were going to be located to play sports. I had nothing to do with that decision, but I certainly support the decision that our director and our administrator made in those regards. Certainly want to give condolences and prayers to Mr. Diedrich Eichner. Diedrich Eichner is a Little League football coach at the Brent Raiders. Unfortunately, he was laid to rest this past Tuesday. I was honored to be a part of the ceremony with Diedrich and to have coached with him for probably 30-plus years. And the impact that he made on children's lives in Oakwood Terrace, Truman Arms, Ayers Boulevard, Diego Circle, many nights that he was picking up children, and to his mom and the Greater Union Baptist Church and that entire family, our prayers are with them, and certainly want to send our prayers to Ms. Amanda Jackson of the Ebenwood Senior Program, the Ebenwood Community Center. She's been the mayor of Ebenwood and the Catholic High, and we know that she's not doing well, but we know she watches these meetings religiously since the days of Willie Jr., and so we want her family to know, even though she's probably not able to watch, that Miss Amanda Jackson is in our prayers. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Absolutely. Commissioner Bergosh?
Yes, I just want to take an opportunity to thank the citizens of District 1. I've represented you for 18 years, and obviously since our last meeting, there was an election, and I appreciate everyone that voted for me. I appreciate that everyone that voted against me. I just appreciated people that participated and paid attention. I also want to thank all the volunteers that helped me campaign for seven different election cycles, and I go out 6-1. That's not a bad record. I'd vote on that horse, but I also want the citizens to know this. I'm here till November 18th, and my goal is that you notice no difference whatsoever. I'm going to attend the meetings. I'm going to be active. I'm going to make votes. I'm going to show up at committee meetings, and I'm also going to work with Commissioner-elect Steve Stroberger, who I want to publicly congratulate for his victory. I called him that night after it was clear that I had not been successful in my reelection. I also want to take the opportunity to thank, or actually to congratulate, the new District 4 Commissioner, Ashley Hoffberger, on her hard-fought victory. These jobs, these local positions are very difficult. You got to make decisions that people sometimes are not happy with, right? And you have to have the fortitude to do it. And so for 18 years, we've done it. I could just say, on a personal note, my wife is quite happy that I will not be doing this anymore, as are my children. I will miss it and the people, but I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to be involved and active. And I just want everyone to know that I remain positive and optimistic, upbeat on the future of this community. There's a lot of great things happening. There's a lot of great projects in the pipeline. And again, it'll be seamless, and I'm going to work with Commissioner-elect Stroberger to get him, up to speed if he wants any kind of a download before that. And on November 18th, I'll still be here, and on November 19th, he'll be here. And I just want the citizens to know you need anything in between then and now, District 1 at my Escambia. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Absolutely, Commissioner. Commissioner Cole?
Yeah, Jeff, I want to thank you for that comment. It's very kind, humble, and you've done a lot for District 1. We differ sometimes on tactics, but I know the people in District 1 has got a lot of things done for them, and I mean that. I wish you the best as well. I got a couple things that were just real small. We haven't met in a while, but first thing I want to do is, if you didn't know, Senator Scott came to our area on August 14th, and he did a small event for veterans and another fundraising thing that he was doing. But I really appreciate him getting me involved to help him. He's very supportive of veterans, and I just want to thank him for that. The second thing yesterday the governor put out, and this is meaningful to me. If you don't know, we have a massive nursing shortage in the United States right now. Florida is estimated to have around 59,000 short nurses up to 2035. He's put over $300 million in to thwart this problem. It's a big problem. I think most people know I've been a nurse in the state for over 31 years. I get 2 to 3 requests a day to go work anywhere all over the country. The state legislature and the governor is taking this on, and hopefully it'll reap results for us. And the last thing, you probably already know this, but there's this ship out on the base called USS McCool. It's the 13th ship that's been commissioned in the area. It's a big deal for the area. There's 330 sailors there. Commissioner May the other night was an honorary sailor. He almost looked like he was cut out to be one for a second, but actually it was good to be with him there to welcome the crew, the skipper, Captain Baker. The board obviously gave the new seal a proclamation, and it was very well received by everyone. I know a lot of people were upset that they couldn't get on to tour the ship. There was only 1,200, what I understand, 1,200 people were allowed to get on the ship. That's a little unfortunate, but with today's OPSEC and security, there's a lot of reasons for that. So either way, I'm glad that the McCool's here. It's great for the Navy. It's great for our area. And for all the shipmates on the USS McCool, welcome to Pensacola. I look forward to commissioning on Saturday.
Commissioner Berry?
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Cole, thank you. It was an honor to be there with you. I mean, you know the military lingo. My father served in the Navy, so it was very important to me, but it was great to be there with you, and I certainly appreciate you standing there with me on the proclamation. And Jeff, I didn't get a chance to congratulate. Obviously, we want to congratulate our winners with Ashley and Steve, but it's been an honor to serve with you. We probably have different ideologies on how we view things, but we tend to be able to get along, and so I certainly don't have any reservations about serving with someone, although we don't necessarily agree all the time, but it's been an honor to serve with you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I certainly want to congratulate Ashley Hoffberger and Steve Stroberger for their wins and becoming candidates into the November ballot. But Jeff, I've enjoyed serving with you. And if a way that your public service is gauged is by production, there's been a tremendous amount of production in District 1, and whether folks regardless of someone's attitude towards you personally. They have to, objectively, they have to recognize the production that's happened in District 1. It's been tremendous, and it's not easy. It's not easy to produce. I know the first couple of years of some of our board tenures, it was very difficult to actually be able to feel like you were delivering to constituents, and you did that from the beginning. So that's really an honor. I want to mention one item that we probably will not discuss at the board meeting, but it's something that's on the agenda that I'm excited about. It's really, we have an engineering firm looking at Highway 4 and Highway 4A right now about doing some improvements. It's it was not gauged to be as narrow as Highway 164 in the north end, but both roads are also narrow. And in some of the areas where we have curves, they're specifically looking at some of the more dangerous turns and curves in those two highways in the north end. And one of the items on the agenda is setting aside $1 million out of the District 5 local option sales tax discretionary fund to try to address those items that are going to come forward from the engineering study that's going on right now. So that's exciting. It will probably pass without any fanfare, but I did want to mention that. I'm very excited about it, and want to recognize earlier this week on Tuesday, Diane Carnley-Gay was laid to rest. The Carnleys and the Gays in the north part of Escambia County were, they're very, very large, prominent families, many children, and their son Michael has been, was, and is still one of my best friends. 35. Excuse me. 35-year relationship, and it was, it's something I think all of us have dealt with parents, and it's, but, it doesn't make it easier, when it's, when it's someone close to you, it doesn't make it any easier. Just, excuse me, just because it's something that you've dealt with yourself. It's still very difficult. So thoughts and prayers go out to the children, Michael and Kelly, and Michael's wife Mary and their children, and Kelly's children, and her widow Jerry Gay. It's always very difficult when a spouse loses a spouse, and there's a lot of family around in that a lot of family and friends around in that immediate time frame when it happens. But the thought of how important it is to know that you have relationships that are going to reach out to you. 2 weeks later, 6 weeks later, 3 months later, when people go back to their regular lives. Oftentimes I think that's something that's that's forgotten when when you have 50-year marriages and lose a spouse, that surviving spouse. It's obviously very difficult for them. But I appreciate that. Administrator Miranda, do you have any comments before we begin?
I just want to echo congratulations to Steve Stroberg and Ashton Hoffberger. And Jeff, I just want to say it's been a pleasure working with you. We've gotten a lot of work done, a lot of big projects, and we wish you the best.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
And I'm sorry, sometimes you go first, you forget things, but certainly we hadn't had a lot of time since Juneteenth celebration. But when I look out, when we talk about elections and people getting elected, it probably wouldn't be an opportunity for a minority to serve in District 3 without the efforts of my dear friend Clifford Stokes and Sam Horton and many of them. And we were able, with Quint Studer and the Blue Wahoos, to honor Clifford. And Clifford's here tonight, and his hard-fought battle through the courts. I understand the cost of going to court, and he and many other African-American men thought it worthy to make sure that we have representation with no intentions of ever running themselves. And so, Clifford, I want to personally thank you. You're here tonight. If you just wave your hand, Clifford, I want to just tell you thank you so much for your diligence. And so, also wanted to recognize this past weekend, we often get the opportunity to do proclamations and show up. Ora Wills, who is also a great civil rights leader, celebrated her 90th birthday this weekend, and I was able to be there. And on the same night, I was able to be with Commissioner Marie Young as she celebrated 90-plus years on the same night. And I was there with Commissioner Young, as well as being at Sanders Beach with Bertha Felton, who was 80 years old. All three of these ladies have contributed to a great quality of life, particularly for minorities in Pensacola. So thank you.
Ora taught English at Tate when I was in high school.
She is. And she still corrects your grammar.
She's very punctual.
Yeah, she
very
is.
punctual.
So actually, my mother was there with me, and so it was just, I'm my mother was there, and so it was just an honor to recognize her with that proclamation. So thank you so much.
Absolutely. I'd entertain a motion for the proclamations. Thank you.
Second.
All right, please vote. Items passed 4-0. First, going to be a proclamation commending and congratulating Mr. Rodney Pratt in the Court Services Division of Corrections for his selection as Employee of the Month for September 2024. Chief Powell making his way down with whatever associated folks he has.
Good evening, buddy.
Good evening, Board.
Good evening.
Before we read the proclamation, just a little bit about Master Correctional Officer Pratt here. You're 3 months short of 30 years? Yes, sir. A little under that. So he's been serving the citizens of this county for over 30 years. Some of his daily duties, you kind of miss out that you don't understand our business. In the last 6 years, you've probably processed a little over 6,000 individuals that are being shipped to prison. That's stacks and stacks of paperwork that has to be right before we ship and transfer to the state penal system. And Officer Pratt has one of the sole responsibilities, among many others, hundreds and hundreds of other transportation-related items, moving hundreds of people to court routinely daily. So it's a huge ordeal when we have somebody of his proficiency and excellence. Needless to say, retired recently from the Florida National Guard, if I'm not mistaken. So dual duties all the way through his career, to be honored and respected the entire way. And I see your wife back there recording, but I have a check in my hand. It probably is going to go straight to her, so we can bypass that, and I'll give it to her in a minute. So without further ado, please.
Congratulations. Whereas Escambia County has established an Employee of the Month program to recognize one employee to represent various departments, and whereas Rodney Pratt, Master Correctional Officer in the Court Services Division of the Corrections Department, began his employment with the county on November 7, 1994, and is selected as Employee of the Month for September 2024 for the standards of excellence he displays in the performance of his duties. And whereas in his role as a correction officer for the Court Service Division, Rodney serves an integral source of institutional knowledge in the performance of medical and inmate transportation, court proceedings, Department of Juvenile Justice hearings, and county vehicle checks. And whereas in addition, Rodney serves as the de facto administrative assistant by maintaining inmate state prison records, scheduling state prison transports, and coordinating and performing inmate prison runs. He eagerly assists with the training of junior officers and serves as an exemplary role model and mentor for new recruits because of his strong work ethic, affability, and positive demeanor. And whereas Rodney has built productive working relationships with the court system and the Department of Corrections, and he had honorably served in the Florida National Guard for 20 years. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the Board of County Commissioners of Escambia County, Florida hereby commends and congratulates Mr. Rodney Pratt in his selection as Employee of the Month for September of 2024. Stephen Berry, Chairman, District 5, Jill Prakash, District 1, Michael Kohler, District 2, and Lumen May, District 3.
Come on.
Slide over there. Get ready.
Let's take his wife. Here, you take that.
Hey, where's the proclamation thing? I thought I had it.
Mike,
First and foremost, I'd like to thank you guys. I want to just give honor to my Lord and Savior and to the Escambia County Correction Department for selecting me for this award, and it don't go unnoticed. I appreciate my supervisors and my coworkers that I work with. It's been an honor and a pleasure just to work with a bunch of group of people that is just so professional and just knowledge and just soak in information that you give them. And again, I'd just like to say thank you, guys.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you, Chief Powell. Next proclamation is going to be the proclamation declaring September 2024 as Childhood Cancer Awareness Month. Commissioner Kohler, and if Natalie Hoffman might make her way. Oh, there we go.
Okay, good. Thanks, Natalie. I was looking for you in the gallery here and didn't see you. How are you, young lady? Yeah, thank you. Well, welcome. Childhood cancer is a serious thing. No one wants to have cancer, but when a child gets it, it kind of rips your heart apart. And we want to make some awareness of this, and we're going to, on behalf of the Board of County Commissioners, I want to read this proclamation for you folks. Whereas children are Escambia County's most valuable resources and their health is crucial to our county's economic development, excuse me, continued success and well-being as a whole. And whereas Northwest Florida reports on average of 50 local children are newly diagnosed with cancer each year. And whereas cancer is the #1 disease killer of children in the United States, yet childhood cancer research is severely underfunded, where less than 10% of the National Institute of Health allocates cancer research funding to children. And whereas research in the field of childhood cancer will allow for better treatment options, safe quality therapies, and ultimately a cure for the deadly disease. Whereas Raleigh Foundations for Childhood Cancer Research has provided a valuable resource to children and families who are afflicted with this horrendous disease. Now therefore be it resolved that the Escambia County does hereby recognize the month of September 2024 as Childhood Cancer Awareness Month and encourages others to participate in efforts throughout the year to raise awareness and funding for childhood cancer research with Raleigh Gulf Coast while supporting families who face devastating effects and costs. Be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution will spread upon the minutes of the regular meeting said by the board, and that a copy be tended to Raleigh Gulf Coast. Board of County Commissioners, Escambia County, Florida. Steve Berry, Chairman, District 5. Jeff Bergosh, District 1. Michael Kohler, District 2. Lumen May, District 3. Thank you. Would you like to say anything? Who wants to? We'll get a photo if you want to come over. Yeah, if you want to make a comment or you want to do the photo first?
Whichever.
It's up to you. Okay.
My name is Jessica. I'm with the Raleigh Foundation. On behalf of the Raleigh Gulf Coast, we want to thank you as the County Commissioners for your support and recognizing September as Childhood Cancer Awareness Month. Community support is incredibly important for families navigating the difficult journey of battling this devastating disease, with childhood cancer being the #1 disease killer among children and severely underfunded. Your commitment to raising awareness and supporting this cause makes a significant difference. Thank you for standing with the families and advocating for continued progress and support, and if I may, thank all of you as well.
Thank you very much.
Jessica, I'm over here, but Jessica, I want to thank you and Cindy Bear. I mean, I've had the opportunity the last 4 years to work with you, even in underserved neighborhoods such as Brownville on Raleigh and children that are close to me. So I want to thank you and Cindy. I mean, the Raleigh Runway is awesome. You raise so much money for this community, but you and Cindy do so much for children that I know personally. So I want to personally thank you, Jessica, for what y'all do.
Thank you so much. Haley Brown is our Kids Rally coordinator who has made a significant impact along with Cindy, and I am just so fortunate to have joined the team recently. So thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, and please.
Okay, we'll get a quick photo.
Yeah. Mike, stand by the child.
I'm a politician, Chairman.
That is always the best picture, absolutely.
Thank y'all.
Thank you. Thank you all again for being here.
We got some serious proclamations tonight. You folks want to come up? I don't know everyone by their name, but I know this is for you, so come on up. This one's about Suicide Prevention Month. I'll go ahead and read this. I don't know, probably most of the people in here have had someone that has committed suicide. I had a friend at 18 that committed suicide. It was devastating. I was in Corpus Christi, and and went back and was a pallbearer in his funeral. It was a lasting effect for everyone in our high school because we had just graduated, and I've had a sailor that committed suicide too, and it affects the crew. So it's not a benign disease that doesn't have lasting effects on people. It does. So I'll go ahead and read this, and then if you guys want to say anything. Whereas September is being recognized as Suicide Prevention Month, the local champion for the important month, Escarosa Suicide Prevention Coalition, raises the visibility of proactive, collaborative suicide prevention work in our community. The coalition vision is to eliminate suicide in Escambia County. Their mission is to bring community stakeholders together to transform our community throughout raising awareness, increasing knowledge and skills, and implementing strategic intervention. Whereas according to the CDC, suicide is the second leading cause of death among individuals between the age of 10 and 34, with more than 49,000 people dying by suicide annually in the United States. Whereas the Florida Department of Health reported that Escambia County lost 592 residents to suicide since 2013. Very sad. Whereas the National Institute of Health found each suicide directly impacts over 130 additional people, including friends, families, service members, youth, social media connections, and neighbors. Everyone has been impacted by suicide. And whereas Escambia County, Florida, publicly places its full support behind those who work in the field of physical and mental health, education, and first responder emergency service. And whereas national organizations like the National Action Alliance for Suicide Prevention, state organizations like the Florida Suicide Prevention Coalition, and our local organization, Escarosa Suicide Prevention Coalition, serve on the front lines of a war that many refuse to discuss due to the stigma. Now therefore be it proclaimed that the Board of County Commissioners of Escambia County, Florida hereby declares September 2024 as Suicide Prevention Month in Escambia County, Florida, and encourages all residents to take time to understand and recognize the need for mental health through education while caring for one another. Board of County Commissioners, Escambia County, Florida, Steve Berry, Chairman. District 5, Jeff Bergosh. District 1, Mike Kohler. District 2, Lumen May. District 3. Thank you guys so much for what you do. You sure you don't want to say anything about your mission? You don't have to. It's your call. Okay.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Thank you for acknowledging Suicide Prevention Month. I appreciate the proclamation. The Escarosa Suicide Prevention Coalition's mission is a community stakeholders working together to eliminate suicide by transforming our community through raising awareness, increasing knowledge and skills, and implementing strategic interventions. Just to let everybody know, in case they're not aware, you can dial 988 to get connected with mental health. It's the 911 for mental health, as well as you can reach out to our coalition if you would like to become more involved. And just remember that this is a community, a nation, a country, a worldwide epidemic, so that everybody struggles. So if we all can stand united, we can save more lives.
Thank you. Now, are you Lori?
I am Lori.
Okay. Well, thank you, Lori. Is it Milcaris?
Lori Milcaris, correct.
Milcaris, okay. And Mindy Young and Rocky Harrison. Presume. Thank you all for being here this evening and coming down.
You want to get on this side? No, you have it. Thanks. You have it. We're fine. We're fine. Okay, however you want to do it. Okay, thank you for what you do.
Mindy?
Yeah.
Mindy,
Yes, sir.
I'm right here.
Oh,
I just want to thank you personally for your work in the community. You are making a big difference. So thank you.
thank you.
Library Director Todd Humble will be presenting the next proclamation and declaring September 2024 as Library Card Sign-Up Month.
Good evening, Commissioners.
Evening.
Whereas observed annually since 1987, National Library Card Sign-Up Month is a time where libraries across the country remind parents that a library card is the most important school supply of all because children who use their library display a greater academic performance. And whereas during National Library Card Sign-Up Month, West Florida Public Libraries, among other libraries throughout the nation, will promote the use of library services they offer to all patrons, both children's, adults, such as story times, programs, discussion groups, computer literacy courses, information to help improve reading skills, access to books, audiobooks, movies, music, and much, much more. Whereas during fiscal year 2022-2023, over 837,000 items were checked out from our West Florida Public Libraries, and more than 26,800 residents attended free programs to classes to learn new skills, whereas during summer of 2024, West Florida Public Libraries served 15,800 meals in the summer feeding program, and over 2.45 million minutes were read in the summer reading annual program. Whereas the library's resources provide opportunity to become an informed citizen, create a young reader, satisfy curiosity, stimulate imaginations, develop information fluency, and explore their roots through our genealogy and local history programs, whereas West Florida Public Libraries wants to make sure that all children's, teens, and adults have the coolest card of all, a library card. Now therefore, let be proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners of Escambia County, Florida, hereby proclaims September 2024 as Library Card Sign-Up Month in Escambia County, and calls upon all residents of this great county to join us in utilizing their West Florida Public Libraries. Board of County Commissioners of Escambia County, Stephen Berry, Chairman, District 5, Jeff Bergosh, District 1, Michael Kohler, District 2, Lyman May, District 3.
Thank you.
So I just want to say one thing. I don't know everybody here. I hope they know the libraries, but I know everybody here wants to be happy. And this next piece coming up, you should be more than happy, because there's people that have a lot of things in their life happen that makes them sad, yet they live a happy life. Why? Because they're grateful. We're grateful for organizations like West Florida Public Library Friends. Last year was their 50th anniversary. They donated $50,000. They are matching that this year as well, giving us another $50,000 to use for kids programming, STEM supplies, things to help us have a better county. So we have Linda Williams, the current president, and then Kathy McCartan, current vice president, that's representing the group. And so the proclamation is.
Yeah, please, if you might come forward. Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah.
So the proclamation is, whereas the Friends of West Florida Public Library, established in 1973, have long been a cornerstone to support the advocacy of the West Florida Public Library system, demonstrating unwavering dedication to the enrichment and betterment of our community. Whereas over the decades, the West Florida Public Library Friends have played a crucial role in enhancing public access to knowledge, fostering deep love for reading, and supporting diverse area of educational programs that have significantly advanced the library's mission and impact. Whereas the members of the Friends of West Florida Public Library generously volunteer countless hours sorting and packing, preparing books for the bookstores and book sales, tirelessly working behind the scenes to ensure the success of all their efforts. Their dedication extends beyond these activities as they actively engage with the public and utilize social media platforms to promote and advocate the use of our libraries. They're broadening the reach and influence. Whereas in celebration of their 50th anniversary last year, the Friends demonstrated their extraordinary commitment by making a landmark donation of $50,000. This year, as they celebrate their 51st year of service, they are again showing this remarkable generosity by contributing an additional $50,000. Whereas these substantial donations are not merely financial contributions, but they represent the profound investment in the future of our libraries and the communities they serve. The funds will be instrumental in expanding and improving library services, supporting development of new programs, fostering lifelong learning and creativity among individuals of all ages. Whereas the support of the West Florida Public Library Friends empowers library to be enriched, to offer enriched services and innovative programming that significantly benefit and inspire our community. Now, therefore, it be proclaimed, everyone extends their deepest gratitude and recognition to the Friends of West Florida Public Library for their exceptional contribution. Their generosity is a testament to their commitment to education, literacy, and community enrichment. Board of County Commissioners, Stephen Berry, Chairman, District 5, Jeff Bergosh, District 1, Michael Kohler, District 2, Lyman J. May, District 3. And then,
we would like to present you, Kathy Hoyt-Waddell. You come in the middle.
I do get a bonus this year, yes? No?
Not from this check.
I'm gonna have y'all come this way just a little bit so we can get the center. Okay, that's perfect, right there.
Thank you.
Linda, do you want to make any comments?
Well, I would like to thank everybody for acknowledging all the hard work that goes into raising these kinds of funds. It is a tremendous effort on behalf of hundreds of volunteers and thousands of hours, and we do it all for our love of the community and the library systems. And we are very thrilled with, under the director, Mr. Humble's leadership, that we have such amazing programming that so many children and adults get to attend, making robots from Legos, making terrariums with lichen kits, just so many fabulous things, the long arm sewing machines, and it's just a wonderful opportunity for everyone to use their library for whatever they're looking for, whether it's reading or programming or a safe place to be. And we're just excited to be a part of this organization. Thank you.
Thank you again. All right, Board, and to recognize, we also ratified the proclamation commending and congratulating Joe Nathan Mack, citizen of Escambia County and Carver Park in District 5, on his retirement, as well as ratifying the proclamation announcing the commissioning of the USS Richard M. McCool, Jr.
Commissioner Berry.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And Joe Mack is such a icon in District 5. I was proud to be there and certainly acknowledge you for your contributions to what you're doing in the Cantonment Neighborhood Association. So I was
in a meeting in his front yard last night, last evening. So, yeah.
There are a lot of meetings going on in the North End. But also, I was able to, with Commissioner Kohler, present the USS Richard McCool Jr. commissioning. Commissioner Kohler, again, thank you. So it was also out of my district on both occasions, but both of you guys were generous enough to allow for me to be a part. So thank you both.
Absolutely. Did the clerk's office receive proof of publication?
Mr. Chairman, the clerk's office has received all proofs.
I move that we waive the reading.
Thank you.
Second.
Please vote. Waiving the reading passes 4-0. All right, the 531 public hearing. All right, so we do have a speaker that signed up to speak. Andrew Bluer has signed up to speak. However, the item, there was an issue with the advertising for the item. It was Andrew in the room. Oh, there it is. Okay. So, Andrew, the item is being dropped. There was an issue with the advertising, so we're not taking the item up at all.
Yeah, but I mean, y'all gonna bring it up again, right?
Presumably, I'm not sure.
Okay, well, basically, I'm opposing it, because basically, anything that says Lakeview Avenue or whatever, I mean, if you go back in history, you know, in my previous lifetime or whatever, and, you know, I like harness racing and all that good stuff like that, so if it's county property or whatever, I don't think you ought to give it up. It's historic. You ought to put a plaque up there.
Okay. All right.
And keep it as a set for Escambia County citizens to admire, not give it away. I mean, you're not going to get anything if you give it up, right?
No.
So don't give it up.
Okay. Thank you, Andrew. All right, Board, you did hear the issue this morning with the advertising, so entertain a motion to drop.
Drop
we
the
bring it back a
531
date certain? I'm sorry. Are we bringing back a date certain? What was the plan?
I believe it was for October the 3rd.
Okay.
October 3rd at
Okay.
5:31.
All right, so I guess just, Board, we're dropping tonight, bringing
So
back.
it was only advertising in the wording is the reason it was dropped?
The legal description was incorrect.
Okay.
And so that carried over to the advertisement.
Okay.
All right, so
And so the petitioners were advised of this before tonight?
Yes, they do know.
Okay.
So was it motion to drop and bring back October 3rd?
Motion.
All right, thank you. All right, please vote. Dropping the item, bring back October 3rd, passes 4-0. 532, public hearing to consider the vacation of portion of unopened right-of-way known as Jackson Highway. All right, we have two speakers. First, Meredith Bush.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Meredith Bush, 125 East Intendencia.
I represent the applicant in this petition. We are seeking that the right-of-way be vacated. I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
All right, thank you. Next speaker is Andrew Bluer.
Andrew Bluer, 6101 Midas Place. This is Jackson Highway. Evidently, this is a famous highway also. I mean, one of the historic landmarks here in Pensacola, and y'all want to just give it up? Why? What benefit are the citizens of County going to have with this historical landmark? Let's don't do this. I mean, if y'all need y'all's little red wagons fixed, Lumen May and Stephen Berry, I can fix it, and y'all can go home crying too. But
Thanks, Andrew. I got a blue wagon. But, Mayor, let me ask you a question. This has been an unopened right-of-way, correct?
That's correct. It's unopened.
It's for years.
For years, never been developed, correct.
Right, that's, yeah. Just for the record, it hadn't been open in, 30, 40 years, however long. Never. It's never been open. Okay, so, yeah, Mr. Chairman, it's never been open since it's existing. So with that, I'll move the item.
Second. All right, Board, and I do have an abstention to read. I have a conflict with one of the principals of one of the LLCs that's involved, so. There's a second? Yes. All right, so there's a motion and a second? Okay, I will have to abstain. I, Stephen Berry, hereby disclose on September 5, 2024, a measure came before my agency which will inure to the special gain or loss of Ryan Shavers, by whom I'm retained. The measure before my agency and the nature of my conflicting interest in the measure is as follows. Escambia County Board of County Commissioners meeting September 5, 2024, 5:32 public hearing concerning the vacation of a portion of unopened right-of-way known as Jackson Highway presents a conflict of interest pursuant to statute 112.31 Floor 3 Florida statutes, or the appearance of a conflict of interest pursuant to statute 286.012 Florida statutes, because Ryan Shavers, principal of Panhandle Land Holdings, Inc., is my client. Yes, ready to vote? Yeah. All right, all those in favor? Any against? Any abstentions? One. Item passes 3-0 with Commissioner Berry abstaining. Thank you, Board. What's today, 5th? All right. Thank you. 5:33, public hearing to consider the vacation of an alleyway located in Block 46 of Figland Park. 5:33. Andrew Bluer.
Andrew Bluer, 6101 Midas Place. Hey, is this some kind of land grab that I'm unaware of? Because I would like to be, hook my wagon and horse up or whatever and try to get this here land grab thing going too. So please vote no on this. I mean, y'all losing all of our LOST money. I mean, y'all collecting the LOST, you collecting the bed tax or whatever, and now you're giving away our land? Lord help us.
Thank you. Board, that's the only speaker. I'd entertain a motion for...
Move the item in the affirmative.
Thank you. There's a second. All right. Any discussion? Seeing none, please vote. All in favor? Item passes 4-0. 5:34, public hearing to consider the appeal filed by complainants Carl H. and Carol J. Moody of a decision made by Contractor Competency Board on July 10, 2024. Christy Hankins, I understand there may be do you have some feedback?
Yes, sir. I've had
Yes,
a
sir.
discussion with Mr. Hatler. He's the attorney for the Moody's. The request that they've made is that it be allowed, that the CCB review their decision regarding the CILB recommendation. That was not necessarily a part of their appeal here, but we've agreed that that can go back before the CCB and they can review that, and they will properly review it in agreement that it'll be a waiver for any future appeals in front of this board.
Okay,
so they've agreed to go back. We'll put it back on the, so you don't have to deal with it, I guess.
So, but the ask that both parties have agreed to is that the board remand the item back to the Contractor Competency Board this evening. That's the ask that
Well-
both sides are okay with?
It's not necessary. The CCB has agreed to hear it. The commissioner, but you can, for the purposes of reviewing. Right, to dispose of it, you can remand it back for review, but the agreement would be that it would not be, the next final order after that hearing would not be subject to appellate review.
Okay, Allison, what's remand it back? That's okay. Okay.
Yes,
All right.
sorry.
Thank you. I'd entertain Mr. Hatler.
Yes,
Okay.
we're limiting the issue of this matter to simply the reconsideration of the board's recommendation to the CILB, and we're happy with that arrangement.
All right.
So Ron, you're good with not bringing it back here?
Correct, Commissioner, yes.
I entertain a motion, board.
I move that we remand it back
Thank you.
as requested.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Please vote. Item passes 4-0. Thank you, Christie. Thank you, Ron.
Thank you.
Thank you for your consideration.
5:35, public hearing to consider the request for exemption from the Escambia Children's Trust. All right, board. The speaker is Meredith Bush.
Good evening, Commissioners. Meredith Bush, 125 East Intendencia. I'm an attorney with Clark Partington and General Counsel to the Escambia Children's Trust. Back in May, we submitted a request for exemption pursuant to Florida Statutes 163, 387, 2D. I won't belabor the matter by going through all of the criteria in the statute, but I will say that we are asking the Board of County Commissioners to exempt us from payment of the CRA funds, these TIF funds. Specifically, would point the board or direct the board to review our submittal and consider the case law cited that prohibits a special taxing district from making an appropriation to a redevelopment trust fund when it's shown not to have any relation to the special purpose of the special taxing district. In the backup to today's hearing, the county has supplied what appears to be plans for infrastructure, use of these funds for infrastructure, for sidewalks, for lighting, and not related to children's funds or children's programming. We would ask that you grant the exemption and consider entering into an interlocal agreement with the trust, wherein we could partner together for the expenditure of the funds. The executive director of the trust, Lindsay Cannon, is here tonight and can answer any questions you may have as well.
Thank you, Meredith. All right, board, that's our only speaker for the item. Entertain discussion.
Mr. Chairman, if I can.
Yes, sir. Yep.
I've got called by several people today on this, starting with Mr. Peden, and asked me to ask basically, and Allison, this is for you, Madam Attorney. What would an interlocal agreement be in our, tell me how that would hurt us or help us if we went into something like that? I don't know.
An interlocal agreement won't necessarily, it depends on what you're trying to accomplish. I mean,
How it's written?
It depends on what we're trying to do, what we're trying to accomplish.
Okay.
Kristen Huell from my office is available to provide answers
What's
to any
your
questions you may have
Under
from
the
a staff
statute,
perspective.
I'm sorry, under the statute, if you choose to grant the exemption to any degree, then we're required to enter into an interlocal agreement that defines the terms and the duration. So it could be, the terms would be negotiated.
Okay. I will say, I did it for a little bit with the trust fund. I probably wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for sports. I wasn't a genius, I was a C student, but athletics are important. If you listen to Robert F. Kennedy the other day, which I wholeheartedly agree with him, we have a childhood epidemic of illness in this country. It's not a joke. We have more kids now than ever that have hypertension and diabetes and things that we never saw before. And it's not just about programs, it's about images, it's about how kids get to school. Blighted areas, when kids have to walk up Old Coreyfield Road and see garbage, which I deal with every week, you can ask Mr. Higdon and Wes, is something that affects a child's self-worth. Now, I'm all for education, 100%. But also, the sheriff was the second person I wanted to mention. He called me and asked me to mention this. He absolutely wants to use some of the funds for cameras for safety issues. And we do see crime in a lot of areas. I don't know, some would say that's not really what the Children's Trust is for. He obviously thinks it is. I mean, I guess it's a decision for the board. Lindsay, I appreciate what you're doing. I mean, and I'm struggling with this, but I think the CRAs have put some stuff together. Obviously, I want to mention one other thing. I would like to have a multi-use field at Lexington Terrace Park. I drive up W Street, which is in Commissioner May's district, and there's about 200 majority African-American kids playing football on a baseball field. We don't have a multi-use field. I mean, and how many people ask me to do that? Now, that's something that could help kids. And I brought that up. So I differ a little bit. One other thing I want to say is the amount of money that we're asking, I think you guys have just under $13 million in your annual budget. Is that close? 10? Okay, I'm off a little bit. The annual amount of this, if I'm correct, is $450,000. Is that correct, Allison or Wes?
I
Okay.
think that's approximately the number.
So it's in the scope of things, it does eat into your budget, but it's like less than 5%. So I want to support the Children's Trust, but I don't really believe this would hurt the trust to a point where we couldn't do programs as well as help the neighborhood services. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Mike,
Commissioner May?
you know, full disclosure, I get the opportunity to serve on the Children's Trust, and hopefully we are being the best stewards that we can possibly be. We've obviously had growing pains, but you know, I probably was one of the few elected officials that publicly supported a tax increase, and I did that on all the collateral material. And so I know that we're doing great work at the trust. Mike, I do support, you know, your infrastructure in your district. I would say to Jeff's district, Bellevue Park needs to take CRA dollars and stop having a one-way in, one-way out when a person has been killed. I sit on the trust, so I was well aware when the sheriff petitioned, and it was certainly before Ms. Lindsay's tenure as the executive director. But I do recognize that safety is important. Sidewalks to schools are important. Playgrounds are important. Lighted parks are important. This weekend, probably at Roger Scott Tennis Court, NEP, we had a prominent person whose life was threatened, and not enough lighting, and not enough access. And at Pine Forest, we had over, you know, and I see Miss Ray out there. She's a former principal. But we had, you know, probably 200-300 young ladies who were fighting. And thankfully, Sheriff Simmons had cameras that was able to identify some of the culprits, not all of them. So safety is important. And so I think it's important, Mike, to figure out, it's called the Escambia County Children's Trust, how Escambia County works together. I think it's important for our CRAs to be able to walk. Kids need to be able to walk and live in a safe neighborhood. The children from Montclair, although we put, you know, probably a couple $1 million into the Boys and Girls Club for that. A grandmother was killed, children were shot, young people jumped off a bridge, and children are being traumatized in these pockets of poverty because of the lack of safety. And so, unfortunately, law enforcement can't do it itself. So I certainly think that it's not only the soft skills and the social skills that we take, but if a child is not safe, then that's not important. And so I think it's important. Mike, I concur with you. How do we recognize, how do we work together in tandem with the Children's Trust, with our CRAs, and making sure that children are getting safe to playgrounds, how they're getting safe to community centers? Because, Mike, you're absolutely right. I mean, here's the real reality of it, is at these Little League football games, these Little League basketball, baseball games, at these community centers, at our libraries, there's going, in particular in our pockets of poverty and CRAs, we have metal detectors that come in this building for our safety. We have metal detectors that go into the courthouse for their safety. We have to have the same thing for the safety of people that are going into our community centers, into our ball fields, because people are walking in with guns, unfortunately. I mean, it's a systemic problem, but we're going to put those resources. These little leagues can't function because to get a deputy is $50 to $60 an hour that we pay for here. I mean, they have to sell a lot of hot dogs, hamburgers to be able to pay a deputy $50 to $60 an hour. So I too had a great conversation with the sheriff today, and certainly recognize his position. And you know, I've told the sheriff, you know, the number one priority is the public safety of the citizens, and you know, certainly, you know, we're going to be open to the conversation here on the dais, but I think that safety is important. So thank you, Mike, for bringing that.
Board, any other comments? So, when you look at the, where the CRAs are, where the CRAs have impact, the cash flow related to the, to the CRAs in District 5 is very minimal, out of it. It's not, that's not something that moves the needle. It's a case where it's, not directly affecting my constituents, a tremendous amount on, on the revenue or the cash flow side. So, certainly recognize that two of our colleagues have the vast majority of the CRA districts as well as the CRA cash flow, and I'm willing to support what what those two folks want to do. So I don't know, Commissioner Bergosh, if you have any comments, or if we want to entertain a motion from one of the colleagues.
Yeah, exactly.
Whatever you'd like to do.
Yeah, this is primarily a District 3 and District 2 issue, but I'm going to support you, Lumen, and I spoke to the sheriff as well. Public safety is very important. The cameras solve a lot of crimes, prevent a lot of issues. So, and I think, as Commissioner Kohler said, a 5% reduction for all the good that we'll do in those CRAs is probably good policy going forward. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, I mean, I hadn't really made a decision, but Wes, how much did we allocate to the sheriff for that real-time camera system?
It's $400,000.
Okay. And those dollars were taken from where?
The CRA, Montclair area CRA.
Okay. All right.
All right, Board, how do you want to dispose of the item?
I'll propose the motion, but before I do, I want to give some kudos on something else that the board reflects the Children's Trust, and it's important. Lindsay's been working really hard with the Navy Flight Academy. I know you two had brought this up previously. They put a proposal together. Admiral Kozet, I think I mentioned this before. He called me a couple times. We just couldn't connect, but I really hope that the Children's Trust can do something with this for some of the kids throughout all of our districts. I've read the proposal. I know it would take a little, I think about $1.3 million out of the Children's Trust for their operationals to do this, but we have a wonderful resource in our community, and it would really get a lot of exposure with our local children if they got to experience it. So.
And Mike, I mean, regardless, and maybe it's uncomfortable and unpopular to talk about, I mean, and, I've had conversations with the sheriff, and, to put the onus all on the Children's Trust is unfair. I mean, it has to be on on the school district, the city, and the county. But it's not a pandemic, but it's an epidemic, not only in District 3. People like to say it's just District 3 that's having these shootings. Kids didn't jump off the bridge in District 3. I mean, there are shootings in District 5. There are shootings in District 2, District 4. I mean, the vast amount of young African-American males who are being shot every single day, and I get it may not directly affect you guys' constituencies as it does mine, but I can tell you it has a direct impact on tourism. It has a direct impact on economic development, the amount of shootings that we're having, and it's not concentrated into just one geographical area. If children are getting killed in Montclair, I promise you, if they'll get killed in one part of Mayfair, they're going to get killed in another part of Mayfair, and if they get killed on West Jackson, they're going to get killed on Gulf Beach Highway. So I think that that is it is a systemic problem when you're having in Wedgwood in a community center. Anywhere else in the country, you had 7 children to get shot, 2 children to get killed, and 1 child that's probably going to be paralyzed. If that doesn't cause alarm for a board, then what will? I mean, how much more? How many more children have to get shot before we say it's a priority? And it bleeds over. Eventually, it just won't be young black children getting shot. It's going to be other people that are going to get killed if we don't put some plans in place for protection. And so, that's one of the conversations I've had with the sheriff. Kids can't even go to a high school football game. Kids can't even go to a Little League football game because of the senseless acts of violence. And, obviously, I mean, home, environment, parenting, all those things are important, and Lindsay's doing a great job at working with those programs. But unfortunately, the after-school program, the SALT programs, really, don't encompass, we know the generation. You can go to Juvenile Justice Center and you can look at the age of those kids, 15 to 19, 15 to 20 are really of those kids that we have to laser target and do programs like you're doing. If I can get him in the flight academy when he's 15, I promise you he's not going to be shooting anybody because his aspirations and his goals are going to be a lot different. So anyway, I only said that to say that oftentimes people like to concentrate that the violence happens in District 3. I promise you, you can get the hot map from Chip. Oh, yeah. All the shooting is not just happening in District 3. Quite frankly, District 3 is a safe district to live in. We have our pockets, but District 3 is not the only district that's having problems. I think all of us have problems. Steve has them in the north end. We have, he may not have CRAs, but I promise you he has shootings. So, But anyway, Mike, we don't get a chance to talk, but I just at least wanted to have that conversation. But
All right, well then I'll propose the motion, and since you're on the board, and see where we end up. Deny EC teacher.
Can I speak on this before? I meant to sign up for some reason or another.
Yes.
Thank you much, Chair.
Yes.
Larry Downs, Jr. I hear y'all. I hear everything you're saying. Problem is, we're the number one problem isn't safety. We know this is something y'all can't fix. School district ain't gonna fix. It's what I call the 3 Ps: piss poor parenting. That's the problem. I don't care how much money y'all waste of ours trying to keep this illusion of safety. It's an illusion. And you can say, it's the black people, it's the brown people, it's the white people. It don't matter. Oh, that's ridiculousness. This is the 3 Ps is the problem, and y'all can't pour enough money into it to fix it. The government, but this big daddy governance, which y'all trying to make bigger every day. That's what's caused this problem. The more welfare that's handed out, and it's all with good intention. I get it. It's all with good intention. But every road paved with good intention, it doesn't seem to be yielding any good results. And I don't want to live in a country where eye in the sky, big daddy everywhere. I mean, we went from give me liberty or give me death, Patrick Henry, to if it'll save one life, give up all your liberty. Do y'all hear? Do you hear yourselves? Now, I know it makes you sound like you really care. It doesn't alter the situation at all. That's just my 2 cents.
All right. Thank you. Excuse me. Commissioner Kohler.
Mr. Downs, the only thing I'd like to say, the voters voted for this. You probably didn't. No. I know, but the voters did. So we have to deal with the money that came in, and the statute says we can do it. So when the vote comes up again, maybe it won't pass. But right now, we have to deal with the millage that's out there. And I mean, I completely understand what you're saying, but the voters passed this.
All right, Andrew. Larry, please not from the
Andrew
audience.
Brewer, 6101 Myers Place. Hey, Lumen May, there is a problem, but the problem is the government. The government is separating families. If you didn't hand out all the money for the single parents or whatever, there would be a father figure in the home. And if you had a father figure in the home, you had a father, right? Did he let you go astray? No. So that's what we need. The whole United States is to bring the fathers back in the home. Don't separate families, and the children will listen to a father figure. And that's all I got to say.
All right.
Andrew, and I would promise you that we have a very active program committee at the Children's Trust, and fatherhood initiatives and those programs are important. And I think that you'll see some programs coming out of the trust that seek to do that. And I agree. We should have fatherhood programs, Andrew. That's probably the first thing we agreed on, but I agree.
All right. Commissioner Kohler, you have the floor.
I'll go ahead and propose the motion then. Propose deny ECD's request for an exemption for payment of tax increment reviews accruing for the preceding 3 years' tax in the principal amount of $1,134,025 and require payment of invoice number 022024 within 45 days. Authorize a waiver of any penalties and interest accruing for the outstanding tax increment revenues owned by the preceding 3 years. Deny ECT's request for an exemption for payment of tax increment revenues for future years' tax years, and adopt staff findings regarding the 7 factors. And direct staff to prepare a written analysis specifying the rationale for the denial to include staff findings in the list of CRA projects as examples of how the relevant redevelopment plan benefits the purpose for which the ECT has created.
All right, is there a second?
I'll second it.
All right.
Madam Counsel, I serve on the Children Trust Board, so am I eligible to vote for this?
Yes, sir, you are. You're obligated, we are obligated to have a commissioner on that board by state statute. I am very comfortable that you can vote on this item.
Okay. I'm perplexed, but that's fine. Okay.
Any other discussion? All right, hearing none, all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Item passes 4-0. Madam Clerk, I do have a couple of speakers on your items to dispense before we take them. So, Clerk's report, item 1, Andrew Bluer.
Andrew Bluer, 6101 Midas Place. Pam, sorry, the Honorable Pam Childers, I want to publicly and personally thank you for all the hard work you've done. If you look here, the amounts of money and stuff you saved, basically $540 million, 900,000. The interest rate is fantastic. I don't know how you've done it, because basically with the county commissioners here, we've rebuilt the old Corey Field Bridge twice. We built Gene Valentino's Taj Mahal, and Jeff Bagash did 3 stormwater projects on Godwin Lane for, was that Adams Homes of Gulf Breeze? I don't know. Well, it was, I don't know, Tanglewood, Ember Ridge, and Floridian. That was all Adams Homes of Gulf Breeze, right? That we did all that. But thank you so much that you able, and another thing, make sure that they follow the law, and you're doing a wonderful job.
All right, and I'm going to take those comments to be item 2, that he was related to the portfolio and the yield. Larry Downs. Right,
Larry Downs, Jr.
And you're signed up for item 1 and item 2, so.
Yeah, I'm going to lump them both in.
Okay.
I'm going to save you a little bit of headache there.
Well,
Yeah, 540 million. I had to make sure I seen those numbers right. And again, just like Andrew said, thank you, Pam. She seems to be the only one that's kind of somewhat holding y'all to the fire, so to speak, when y'all want to sue all of our citizens. You want to sue us for more retirement. You know, I mean, I sincerely hope that this next one who's running for a certain position up here, you know, I hope he's successful like Steve Stroberger was not supposed to be. I hope this one is too, because we need some change. We don't need, unfortunately, I mean, I don't know if we'll get the right change, because they're always telling us change. I'm like, change what? Seem like we keep going in the same direction. But anyways, I hope so. And I still got a little time.
please keep your items to the.
Yeah, that is. It's money. Y'all costing us money. Is this part of the clerk, comptroller? Isn't her job to save us money wherever she can? Why don't y'all quit suing everybody? Why don't y'all do that? I mean, suing us. I mean, we didn't elect you to sue us. I mean, think about that. And then run for 4 terms? I mean, I didn't know this was a pathway to politics, a career path to getting the most retirement you can get. Thank you, Pam.
All right, Board, that's, I apologize. Madam Clerk, that's the speakers for for your entire report, so.
Thank you. I'll read into the records 4 items. The first
Okay.
one for your approval is the exception of the TDC collection, and that is for the month of July. Notice that the June tax was 16% higher. That is outstanding. Number 2 is the exception of the July investment report. And to the credit of also this board, it is reserve policies, budget cuts, and stewardship that we have this kind of money in Escambia County. Currently, the rate is above 5%. If you've listened to the FOMC report last week, rates will be going down. That means our investment return will be going down. Probably by next year, it'll be a good time to borrow money because rates are going down. But just look at your professional and your personal portfolios for that change. We will be affected in our budget as well. Number 3 is disposition of documents and 4 is minutes and reports. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Board, entertain a motion for the clerk's report.
Move the clerk's report.
Thank you. All right, please vote. Item passes 4-0. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Horace.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Commissioners. For tonight, we have a rezoning case Z 2024-11 from low-density residential to medium-density residential. The Planning Board made a recommendation for approval.
Board, we have 3 speakers signed up. First speaker is Don Tinker, and they did all speak at the Planning Board as well. So, Mr. Tinker.
Don Tinker, 6050 Yellow Rose Drive. I've been there for 27 years, and that entire time, that lot has been vacant. It has not been utilized. It was harvest hay at one point and things. It's probably changed ownership a number of times. It's right off of Bellevue Avenue, a 2-lane roadway that's in between Blue Angel and Mobile Highway. If you change the density of that population from low density to medium density, you're talking about an impact that is going to adversely affect flooding and things that occur right now and have been occurring since I've lived there. And it impacts all the area homes, and the subdivisions that are adjacent to that property are both same equal size and have a number of homes, about 50 to 55 homes within those homes, and they have existing problems. And if you increase that density in that property, you have problems that we haven't even imagined. And trying to think about egress for emergency vehicles or even garbage trucks to go in there and pick up garbage throughout that area. It's a tight squeeze right now for those garbage trucks to come in through our neighborhoods. And if it's packed in like sardines in there, it's going to make it more challenging. The schools right now, Bellevue Elementary is located right there on the corner of Mobile Highway and Bellevue Avenue. Right now, morning pickup or morning drop-off and afternoon pickup, there's a traffic hazard there during the school admission and dismissal. So then you got the other end of the Bellevue Avenue that you got through traffic coming through and using Bellevue Avenue as a cut-through off of Blue Angel. And the Planning Board takes and does a wonderful job of taking a single snapshot and letting you see that, oh, there's no traffic there. I just ask and request that you take a good, more focused look at what that property and what that change would do.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Tinker. Next speaker is Mary Kanopka.
I have a copy of that for each one of you. My name is Mary Kanopka, and I'm here for the people. The people who couldn't make it to the initial meeting to sign up to speak because they work, and the initial meeting
Ms. Kanopka, I'm
at 8:30 in the morning.
I apologize. Can you hang on one second? I was asking if you can ask Allison if she can hand out these things. I'm not sure if can we take handouts?
I'm
Jose,
sorry.
that's what I
We
asked.
can't take new evidence, I'm sorry. No, you have to rely on the record that is prepared below in your backup. You did speak at the planning board. You can summarize your arguments that you made at the planning board, and then we're going to be restricted to that.
Yes, I'm sorry. Did you understand what she said?
No.
Okay, so we can't take the handouts because they weren't part of the hearing that was at the planning board. But you did speak at the planning board, so you have every right to speak, but we can't take the handouts.
I did, and I had handouts at the planning board that they didn't take.
Oh,
because they said, well, that covers everything you talked about, which it didn't.
Okay.
There were other things.
All right, I apologize, but you have your time, so please address the board.
All right, so I'm here for the people who couldn't be here, couldn't be at an 8:30 in the morning planning board hearing to sign up to speak. They can't be here tonight. The letter said 5:46, so it's way past 5:46. They have dinner to fix, they have kids to attend to. I'm speaking for them. They were notified, just a few people really, because it was within 500 feet of that project, but it affects everybody in Bellevue. In fact, District 1 has horrible flooding problems everywhere. My property, the back gate floods. I'm right by Hogan Pit. My back gate I cannot use when it rains because water doesn't flow uphill to the pit. We have traffic concerns with not only Bellevue Elementary, but then you've got the school zone on Mobile Highway for the middle school. You can't get in and out of that neighborhood during morning drop-off and afternoon pickup. You know, Florida State has a thing called parks and open spaces. Instead of cramming people into homes, 4.4 homes per acre, according to the builder. Let's leave that place open. There's lots of building going on by Softly Field, Suntan Circle in that area. Right now, they just put up 2-story places. There's more sewage laid out for other places behind Kohlberger they're building. Down Molden Road, there's new houses. Let's fix the problems we have in drainage and sewage and traffic before we add to more. And I still think, on behalf of a lot of people that have asked me to speak, parks and open spaces is the way to go.
Yes, ma'am. That's your time. Thank you. That's your time, Ms. Konopka. Thank you.
Is that preacher still here that prayed that they'd listen to the people?
All right, board, I apologize. The other speaker is Meredith Bush.
Thank you, Commissioner. Meredith Bush, 125 East Intendencia. I am the attorney for the applicant. The planning board did consider the criteria outlined in the Land Development Code, and based on competent and substantial evidence presented at the planning board, made a recommendation for approval. The citizens tonight have mentioned a few things. Flooding in the general area. This project would be required to meet all of the stormwater requirements of the Land Development Code. As far as traffic goes, again, we would have to meet all the requirements of the Land Development Code. And there was a concern of density, but as you heard from the last speaker, the builder has advised that the actual project would be an increase from 4 units an acre to 4.4 is what actually is buildable. There aren't going to be 10 units per acre on the, once fully developed, given the infrastructure and all the other requirements. Planning staff closely reviewed this and based on their expert opinions have recommended approval, so we would ask that you approve the rezoning.
All right, thank you, and I'm sure you'll be available if there are questions. Ms. Konopka, you had your opportunity to speak. I apologize. Yes, ma'am. All right. Ms. Konopka, please. Ms. Konopka, please. Ms. Konopka, please. Please. All right, board, board, that's all our speakers. Entertain discussion or a motion.
Yeah, this is in my district,
Yes,
and I've been to these neighborhoods. In fact, I have a friend that lives in one of these neighborhoods, and I've walked through the neighborhoods. It is consistently an area that has the lawns or will flood. It's very damp. I know that Joy, is Joy Blackman here? Yes, please come forward. We've done a number of projects, drainage projects, but the issue is a lot of these houses, many of them were built a long time ago before we had the appropriate, some appropriate rules. Many of them on Highway 98. You're right about District 1, lots of flooding, and over the last 7 years, we fixed a lot of those issues. But a lot of those issues were legacy issues that were subdivisions built in the wetlands. Many examples on Highway 98 would not be allowed to be built today. But we got to deal with where we are. So, but I am concerned about this area because I know firsthand that it is a wet area. It's low-lying and it floods. What have we done in this area? I know we've done a number of projects that will ameliorate the issue here.
There's been a lot of...
Joy, please.
Been a lot of work put into some preliminary study work, and you've also thankfully found us the resiliency grant for $2.5 million, and that money is being used to work toward the Hogan Penn expansion as well as some other improvements in the area. There's quite a bit of other improvements that we're recommending that we're working towards, but this is the first step in that process. In addition, with any new development, as you're well aware, they are required to go to the 100-year retention now and not 25. And many of those problematic areas, if we can, we're going to expand those ponds so that they can accommodate 100-year as well.
Please, not from the audience. Andrew, please.
There's one subdivision, Pine Valley Estates. We're in the third phase of a 4-phase plan. They got blown out in 2014, and I mean, there's just a lot of these issues. So, you know, I understand the planning board looked at this.
That's true. Yes, sir.
I'm familiar with the area. I think the angst that you hear from these residents just points to a larger problem that our land development code needs to be fixed, and that's something that I think when you have issues like this, you know, and it meets what we consider, you know, acceptable for approval. But in my mind, like I said, I've walked all those streets multiple times in my elections. And even on a sunny day, it's damp and wet. So I'm not going to be here for much longer, but I would send this back. My recommendation tonight, gentlemen, just knowing the history of this particular area, is going to be to send this back to the planning board and have them look specifically at what we've done and what we have planned that could ameliorate this issue, because I don't necessarily have confidence that if we just allow them to build 4.4 units on this, that we'd be able to detain all the stormwater there. I just don't believe that that would be the case. So my motion is we remand this back to the planning board with specific instructions is this appropriate? Give me the appropriate way.
Yes, you do need to point out which of the rezoning criteria you are having them look at and any other specific instructions for them to study on the remand.
Yeah.
Please, Ms. Konopka.
All right, give me a second.
While you're doing it, Jeff, Joy, can you just answer a few questions for me? And Jeff, it's your district. I mean, I yield to whoever the representative is of their respective
We did this in
districts.
Beulah for a lot, and then the builder came back and said, hey, I'll do this, this, and this. We were able to prove it, and it was better for the residents. Sometimes you just got to take a second look, especially in this area where I know there's issues.
Understood. Joy, do you have enough land to address their flooding in this geographical area within this circle?
A lot of the problem we're finding in the Muldoon area in particular.
Because I know Muldoon floods. I mean, I go
Yes.
to AMI Boys. I drive out there because we have a partnership with what they do there, and I know it floods. I have friends who live out there, so I know it floods.
Yeah, the preliminary designs for that indicate pond expansions and interconnectivity of different ponds, but we're starting at Hogan Pit, then working south from there, and it's multi-million-dollar projects back to back to back.
But do you have the
area-
land? You have enough land to address it? I mean, and if you don't have land, I mean, would you consider? I mean, I don't know. It's not my district, but certainly I hate flooding anywhere. Would you consider underground infiltration? I mean, is there an opportunity to put underground infiltration out there if we don't have the land to do inlets and put it in a tank and store the water and move it from off those residents?
I haven't looked at that option. Don't know if geotech would support that situation, but that's certainly something we could look at.
And I know it'd be much more expensive.
Yes, sir.
I mean, yeah,
Significant.
but at the same time, I mean, it's probably cheaper today than it will be in 5 years. But if it's a systemic flooding problem, I would be supportive of anything that you could do to help those residents, whether it's underground or whether it's tanks or if there's land. I just don't know. I mean, it seems like it's well, it's not back up there. It's moved, but it seems like, there are not very many available lots. There's not much
Correct.
land there
Right.
to address the runoff, so.
Right.
Andrew, I'm going to have to ask you to leave. You can't yell from the audience, please.
Hogan's Pit is
Okay, go
being
ahead, Joy.
expanded, Mr. Brewer. I'm sorry you don't know that information.
What's that, Joe? I didn't hear you.
Hogan's Pit is being expanded. I'm not sure why he is not aware of that information. I thought we
Would this be the most appropriate?
communicated that to him.
So within that circle, if you expanded Hogan Pit or went deeper, it would address their concerns and would make that neighborhood dry?
I'm sorry, Commissioner. Richie.
I'm sorry.
Richie, I wasn't saying leave. I said if he continues, I'm going to ask him to leave. I would just, please ask him to.
Okay.
Go ahead, Joy, please. No, all I was asking was,
I lost my thought.
what would be the path of correction to help them with this runoff in this area? I mean,
Specific to this particular parcel, I've not studied that one exactly. If this parcel came in for development, we would look at the existing problems in the area, and they would have to accommodate for that as well. It might be that it causes them to expand the pond significantly, this stormwater storage. I mean, I've not studied this one, Ms. Bush, so I couldn't say specifically, but it could be that they'll have to do an extra amount of storage there to
and
offset
once it went to the
problems.
DRC, you would make sure that they maintain the water on their specific site.
Yes,
I mean-
pre and post, that's what they have to do. And if there's already a known problem, they have to do a little more than just pre and post.
So in looking at the backup again, gentlemen, I'm gonna say that criterion E of the Land Development Code, Section 2.7, appropriate with changed or changing conditions. I think if we send it back, this is the motion I'm gonna make, that we send it back and have the planning board look at that specifically under that section to ensure that there's gonna be appropriate stormwater detention ability on that property, given the issues, the historic issues on Yellow Rose and right next door in Zachary Estates. There appears to be an area to the east where you could possibly, I see a pond there, but I would send it back and remand it with special instructions based upon that section of the code. And they can bring it back after, but I want them to look at that. That's my motion.
Is there a second for that? Okay. All right. So, and before we dispose of the item, and Jeff, obviously, you and I have had the majority of these over the years, the rezonings, and maybe more of mine. I don't know. You've had a lot as well. But when you're, and I've had this type of request, come forward, even to when it's made it to the board agenda, and honestly, many other conversations where it hasn't made it to the board agenda because. It's a big step going from 4 units an acre to a maximum of 10, and that's the fear, that gets instilled into the neighborhood, and then that's the risk that as a board that we're taking, because one of the things when from serving on the planning board 5 years, I mean the very first thing that is mentioned every time is that the decisions are not project specific. They're the project. Once the rezoning is approved or the future land use change is approved, then, the property could change hands again, or the entitlements are there, and you're not locked into a project. One of the ways that we've tried to, I with some staff's help has tried to address this when, if you have somebody, and Meredith, I apologize, I believe you said the ending, what you're realistically trying to get is 4.4 units an acre is what you're trying to get to, which is, it's 10% more than what they're already zoned for, hypothetically. What we've had a couple of, or a handful of projects over the years, you know, and I don't know if this is a candidate for a plan unit development or a PUD where they can, you know, where they can look at getting a little bit more density, but it's locked into the development design. You're locked into the lot, you're locked into the layout, you're locked into those things. I know that there are some, you know, there were some areas and some instances where a PUD can't work legally for a couple of reasons. I don't know those details, but it's helped me in some areas where they're close to getting what they're trying to do, but they just can't quite get there. And it's allowed you to, you know, to get a project on the ground, because, you know, we'd like to get projects on the ground. Those are good things, hypothetically. But then the residents aren't concerned about the 10 units an acre being, because so it's 20, or it's 19 and a half acres. The only, or at least based on my experience, the only thing that are seen are 195 units coming to that square. And, you know, and I understand that fear. So I've tried to mitigate that some. I don't know if that's any type of discussion. Commissioner Burgash's motion is seconded. I'll support that motion as well, but maybe that's something conversationally that does not work in the area. Okay. The smaller lots won't, I mean, you can't get there at all?
It can't exceed the overall density allowed by the zoning.
Little discretion, you don't have a 10% variance that, if a 10%
Not to
variance.
Not to density.
And you can't,
Yes,
even with lot width, managing the lot width, you can, but you still overall.
They can get creative. We can help them with that. It's just the overall density. Yes, sir.
Okay, well, all right. Apologize, regardless.
But the density is going to affect the runoff and drainage, correct?
Well,
It very well could with our new parking requirements. A possibility there'd be a lot more impervious surface.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You're going to have all
more roofs, right? More driveways. Yes, it very well could.
all right, so, Board, my comments were regardless. I apologize. Commissioner Burgash, you had a motion, it was seconded, and if, I'll support that.
And Jeff, what was the
request. It
reason
seems
you were sending
reasonable.
it back? I mean, and I'm listen, I mean, I hate seeing people flooding. I mean,
Yeah, well-
it's kind of, you guys is, you know,
Just to comport.
lane, but it's not my lane, but.
Well,
I
just
wanna be
to comport with what we need to do, because it's gone to the planning board and everything, the attorney's advice. We're doing it under criterion E, appropriate with the changing conditions, with the increased number of storms, and that area having historic issues with flooding. So just want the planning board to take a close look at that. We did that for a parcel on 9 Mile Road in Beulah about a year and a half ago, and the developer came back and said, hey, here's a plan, and the residents were happy with it, and I think maybe this is a situation. But, you know, just stepping back, I appreciate the second. I know we're about to take a vote, but I think this and some other recent ones that we've had, these upzonings, they really point to the need for us to get back to concurrency or traffic mobility fees. We really have to do that. The residents want it, and really, I heard that a lot. I heard it really loudly on August 20th. Thank you very much.
All right, Board, any other discussion? If not, I'd go ahead and call the question. Commissioner May, any more comments? See
No,
the lights
sir.
on? Okay.
No, sir.
All right, all those in favor, please indicate by raising your hand. Any against? I'm sorry. Okay.
Yeah.
That was a vote for, Commissioner May?
Yeah.
All right, item passes 4-0 to remand back to the planning board with Commissioner Burgash's comments in hand. 546, Horace.
546, that's the most we'll drop that item.
All right.
I move we
motion
drop
to
the 546.
All right. Is there a second?
Second.
Please vote. Item passes 4-0 to drop the 546 hearing, 547 public hearing.
Then we have the 547, this is an opt-out request to review and transmit to DEO.
All right, and the only speaker on the item board is Meredith Bush, who I presume is counsel on the applicant. And this is in District 5. I'm very familiar with the parcel and the Methodist Church. It's certainly something I support. I would entertain, if someone would be kind enough to move the item in support. All right, thank you.
Second.
Thank you. If there's no comments, please vote. 547 hearing passes 4-0. Thank you. 548.
548,
It is terrible.
this is to review, this is and the first of two public hearings, to review and adopt the warranty redevelopment plan, 548, to review and adopt.
All right, board, we have 4 speakers. We'd like to entertain those first. William Van Horn.
Good evening, Board. How's everyone doing? Coming up here to support the Warrington redevelopment plan for another 30 years. And I do this as the Vice Chair of the Warrington Revitalization Committee, which is the citizen arm of this specific one. I think that this is something that we've gone through with 30 years so far, and as this TIF fund's grown, we've been able to accomplish a lot more, from lighting in Navy Point to Beach Haven expansion, and sidewalks throughout, I believe up to New Warrington on Old Quarry. I think as we continue to grow into the future with this, the TIF fund will continue to grow in proportionate that will let us to do even more projects that are going to be even a better catalyst for other ones like what's happening in Brownsville, Oakfield, every one of them in the future, especially since this is the first one going forward. I think there should be a full support with it, and I just want to see this go forward. So putting it out of support.
All right, thank you.
Keep it simple. Thank you.
Next speaker is Jane Birdwell.
Good evening.
Hi, evening.
Good evening, thank you. I did know Will was planning to speak, so in essence of time, it's a long meeting. I just wanted you guys to all know that as the chair of the WRC, the Warrington Revitalization Committee, it's a big group, represents a lot of neighborhoods on the west side. We went to so many meetings and workshops and site visits, and under the incredible leadership of Max Rogers, who we wanted to brag on because he does an excellent job, and our own commissioner, I just wanted everybody to know that every level of support to amend this, and the sunset was unanimous. So you have a whole community of people who really champion what the CRA does and the blight that it cures. So thank you. And if it pleases the chair, I'm also here to speak on the Bluff line. Do you want me to do that now, real just briefly, because it's the same WRC?
I believe it's a separate item, Jane.
Okay, no
All right,
problem.
thank
No,
you.
I just
Yeah,
trying to
that's
help
okay.
you out.
Oh,
Okay, thank you
I
so
appreciate
much
it.
for your service and everything you do.
All right, thank you. Next speaker is Keith Bowie.
I just appreciate, as a WRC, that it's like discretionary funds that we who live in, I'm not going to say totally blighted areas, but low-income areas that need a little bit of help. It keeps the lights on. We get to put in sidewalks, and we get to decide, recommendations, which Max will follow up with. But we can make recommendations of how we want to spend the money. And looking forward to Navy Boulevard over there by the gate. We're going to beautify it. One of the big things that we had problems with before we realized that we could apply for another 30 years, how are we going to change the lighting to where it didn't shut off when it went under our control and then turned back over to the county controls? So this is the important thing when you're looking at sidewalks going towards the schools, in the rain areas, what we can do to beautify and functionalize what we have in our neighborhoods. And I especially want to thank Commissioner Kohler and Max Rogers. Thank you.
Thank you, Keith. Next speaker is Glenn Conrad.
Good evening, Commissioners. I will attempt to be brief. I hope you approve the amendment and extend the CRA for Warrington. This has been an effective program. Compliments again to Max Rogers, who's our representative on the county staff. This is effective, and it has been facilitating the citizen involvement in how we spend, or you spend, our money. So that's important to us. I hope that this is a precedent-setting thing. There are other CRA districts in the county, Brownsville, Arrow Vista, et cetera, that also continue to have some blight, that when their CRAs expire, we may consider this as a precedent and extend those as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the comments. Board, that's all the speakers. Entertain comments or a motion, Commissioner Kohler or Commissioner May.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Kohler, you have my full support. I do want to think, there's a lot of redevelopment going on in Warrenton. I mean, I've certainly been supportive of all the redevelopment. When we look at the crime, blight, you talked about that with our CRA dollars. I mean, there have been, the flooding problems at Forest Creek. I mean, since Governor Scott was in office, I remember getting both with Gene Valentino and going through there, that we still hadn't fixed that problem. And the Pines probably has as much violence as any place. And I know you worked with Ellison Bennett and all those guys when all that trash was being put out there. And thanks to Wes and Public Works for cleaning that up. But it's just a straight connectivity to Brownsville and District 3 from Warrenton. And so you have my full support of what you're doing out there, because I think it's important, because the pockets of poverty in Warrenton are serious, and it has a significant historical value that people don't recognize. And I know you cleaned up the cemetery out there, a traditional African-American cemetery at Good Hope Church with Pastor Sinclair and Pastor Marcel. That's real significant to the African-American community. So I appreciate what you're doing. So you'll have my support with whatever you do.
Well, thank you, Commissioner Mann. It'll be 2 years and we'll be dealing with Brownsville because it splits both our neighborhoods. And obviously, I think it's really important to understand the community engagement. Warrenton Revitalization is an enormous neighborhood group that comes out. Sometimes we have 40, sometimes 50 people that'll come to a meeting. And the public engagement on this, Max, you did an outstanding job. Ms. Birdwell, as the new WRC president, you're just taking it by the horns. I can't believe how much community engagement is growing with the Facebook, but we're changing Warrenton, and we need this to keep changing it and get it to where it needs to be. It's important for the base too. The base needs that revitalization around there so that for the sailors and stuff. So I'll make a motion unless there's any other comments to move 548 in favor.
I'll second it.
Seeing no other comments, all in favor, please raise your hand. Item passes 4-0.
Mr. Chairman.
Of course, yes, sir.
And Mike, we don't get a chance to talk. Mike, I mean, at some point through this CRA, let's have a discussion about Forest Creek. I mean, we hadn't had a storm yet, but every time we had a storm, okay. Well, I know. I mean, but I think there are options. It's expensive, but every time we have to relocate and bring those people out, it's still expensive. And I mean, it's a bowl. I don't think you can. I mean, Joy could probably come in, and I don't think there's any fix for it. I mean, every time it rains, they flood. They can't come outside, and so whatever you bring forth for that Forest Creek, you'd find my support, because many of those people move from, Addis Court to Forest Creek to the Pines to Oakwood Terrace. I mean, it's like a rotation of where those people move.
There was lengthy discussion on that, honestly, and Max, you talked about it. I think the price tag was about 10 million, right? If I remember correctly? At the time, we did. Yeah, so, but yeah, we need to address that.
All right, Board, Horace.
The next item is to recommendation concerning the review of the approval for Cahaley Ridge Phase 3 final plat.
All right, super. Board, no speakers. Entertain a motion.
All right, move the item in the affirmative.
All right, super. All right, please vote. Item passes 4-0. Horace?
Then we have our consent agenda for September the 24th and October the 3rd.
All right, entertain a motion.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote. Consent agenda passes 4-0. Thank you, Horace. Thank you, Drew. Mr. Administrator?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There are 19 items on the technical public service consent agenda. There are no changes. However, hold for speakers, CAR 1-14, 1-15, and 1-19.
Super.
Move the balance.
Thank you. Is there a second? All right, please vote. Technical public service consent passes 4-0. Mr. Administrator?
All right, item CAR 114 and CAR 115. Mr. Ron Helms is signed up to speak on those items.
Good evening, Ron Helms, 1704 East Marino Street, District 4. Mr. Chairman, I want to first say with appreciation to all the commissioners for remembering District 4, since our chair has been empty since January. I can do this all together if it's okay.
Yes, sir, please, if you don't mind, Ron.
I think that security at the beach is vital. That's in item 15 regarding the security cameras. So I want to thank you for moving that item and approving it tonight. Commissioner May mentioned there's been discussion about cameras all night long tonight. It is true. I mean, and we all who live in community know that while crime may not be happening in our community to the level that it is in others, eventually it will if we don't address it. So I think that's a big step, and express my appreciation to the Sheriff's Department as well. A lot of good oversight there. And just say thank you for the acceptance of the 2 trolleys for ECAT from the Island Authority. Pensacola Beach is not often talked about at this meeting as much as some of the other challenging problems are in the district, but I just appreciate your support. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ron, that's our only speaker for item 14 and 15. I'd entertain a motion for both.
I move item 14 and 15 in the
Thank you.
affirmative.
Is there a second? Thank you. Please vote. Items pass 4-0. Mr. Administrator.
Car 1-19, the recommendation concerning an interim agreement with Bluffline, Inc. We have 7 speakers. The first will be Amy Farrell. On deck will be Jane Birdwell.
Good evening. I'm Amy Farrell, and it's a pleasure of mine to be here this evening to address you. Thank you. I wasn't going to be the first speaker about the Bluff Line, but I am. So this is a wonderful project that we're talking about phase 1. I think you're already aware of what it is, but what it means to me as a transplant to Pensacola as a veteran, a mother of a military family, spouse, mother of 2 active duty soldiers at this time. I've lived on the west side, and now I live in East Hill. And the difference between lifestyle is night and day. East Hill, I bike to church, the libraries, to breweries, to wonderful places, my boathouse where I row, just the safety, it's wonderful. On the west side, we didn't bike, we didn't walk, we didn't commune together. And what the Bluff Line offers, that part of West Pensacola outside the base, is a connectivity and a revitalization and just the ability for people to recreate. Do we not need a little bit of parks and outside after a meeting like this? We do. The stress is high, mental health is high. I'm a nurse by trade. I work at the Health and Hope Clinic or volunteer on Fridays. I'm a member of the East Hill Neighborhood Association Board. I think I've played softball with Mr. Lumen once.
Oh, yeah. I wish I could play again.
Lead a grief support group on Wednesdays. I work in the YMCA Reads Literacy Program, and I don't ask for much. But when they came and said, Amy, could you please ask for Bluff Line? I can. I have 2 sons, like I said, one's at Fort Leonard Wood, Missouri, and I visited him this weekend. And outside the front gate of his base is nothing. He doesn't feel safe to leave his base. He hasn't explored. Me going up and visiting him, we got to St. Louis, we got to Springfield, it was wonderful. My second son is in Clarksville, Tennessee, outside of Fort Campbell, Kentucky, and he has a paved trail, a park. He has so many wonderful things, and his experience is completely different than everybody else's. I'm also a member of the Women Who Hike, or Ladies Who Hike Pensacola, 5,000 members of us on a Facebook group, and we want a place to hike.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Amy, thank you. When you talk about connectivity, you kind of live it. And when we were connecting awareness of the soul and softball and kickball and children, it was just, I mean, you and your neighborhood just came and just welcomed all children from all sides of town. And so I'm forever thankful. I mean, it was a great time. I mean, more than the game that we played that I'm probably still hurting from. It was the spirit and the collaboration that we had. And you know, being a former UWF guy, and I've talked to Mr. Strickland multiple times. I mean, if I can get from UWF to the east side to the west side, I mean, I'm excited about it. So thanks, Amy.
I'm excited. Thank you.
Jane Birdwell and T.S. Strickland, you be on deck.
Thank you. Good evening again. I just am once again representing the Warrington Revitalization Committee and all of its members. But recently, we unanimously voted to submit a letter of support, complete and total just joyful support for this project. I personally have not seen this kind of support for a project in a long time in Pensacola, and I'm so proud to hear everybody kind of joining in and saying where you think that this might be a total benefit to District 2, it is a district benefit across the board. I mean, this is a game changer for our county. I'm super excited about it, and I just wanted to let you know that there are hundreds, if not thousands, of people who have reached out to me personally to say, do whatever, let us know what we need to do to make this happen. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Jane.
T.S. Strickland, William Van Horn, you'll be next.
Hello, Commissioners. Nice to see y'all tonight. Thank you, Amy and Jane, for your comments. I know I've spoken with some of y'all individually about the project in the past. I'll try to be brief and respect your time. Just to kind of give a little bit of background, though, we're a 501c3 nonprofit, have a grassroots community around the project that's developed over the last 3 years. Started 3 years ago when I was actually living in Commissioner May's district, and my co-founder, Jara, who's current president of our board back here, was living in District 4. Different neighborhoods in a lot of ways, but struggled with similar problems around pedestrian safety. I didn't have a car at the time, was living just north of Jackson Lakes, biking back and forth to downtown. It was pretty scary. You know, and at the same time, we were both pretty close to the waterfront framework plan as it developed. And as we watched that kind of, you know, take form, we started to think, what if we could extend that vision to the east and the west, so that a broader sort of array of county residents could benefit. And that's really what the project is about. It's a unifying vision for, you know, a more optimistic vision of Escambia County that all of our neighborhoods can kind of gather around together. Right now, we are focused on phase 1. We got a big technical assistance award to develop designs, cost estimates, and apply for about $20 million in federal funding to build the first phase of this, which would be focused on building a new park at Jackson Lakes, connecting it to surrounding neighborhoods, schools, and health clinics via Greenway Corridor, primarily within the FPL rights of way. Our hope is that in doing so, not only could we create a really attractive amenity that would benefit quality of life for the surrounding neighborhoods, but also create an economic engine that could help to address some of those issues of blight and quality of life that are so important, not only to protecting the military mission here at NAS Pensacola and Corey Station, but also to generating revenue that will feed back into the Warrington and Brownsville CRAs, and, you know, hopefully create a virtuous cycle that can propel us all forward together. So, you know, we're asking for your support in kind of walking down this path, applying for this funding. It wouldn't cost county taxpayers anything. So thank y'all for your time.
Yep, thank you, Terry.
Yeah.
William Van Horn, and Jara, you'll be next.
Good evening again, William Van Horn, Vice Chair of the Warrington Revitalization Committee. This is a project that has been an aspirational one for that CRA since nearly its inception. I believe that one started a little bit later on in 2001 when the county got the property. I think that this is one, especially with how close it is to the Brownsville CRA, this will have a great impact in that area. And what TS and the Bluff Line has brought already, and what I've seen and discussed with them, this is one of those projects that we want to see come through that area. It's going to have a great impact in the northern part of the Warrington and the southern part of Brownsville communities. I can't think of a better thing, especially with Reimagine Jackson Street with the city, that can get us to connect the UWF to the city better. So I will say I'm fully in support of it, and I know a bunch of other people in my community are in support of this type of action. So thank you all and have a great night.
Thank you, Jara. And Glenn Conrad, you'll be next.
Hi, Jara Jacquet, 2325 Aegean Terrace. Appreciate the opportunity to address you all today, and I just wanted to thank you as a board and Administrator Moreno and staff for your tremendous reception when we reached out a few months ago to go down this path of pursuing this with this grant award. We're used to having to come up with a large local match for, you know, significant infrastructure projects like this, but being able to draw down $20 million to address public health, flooding, water quality, infrastructure needs that have been planned for and programmed for decades and generations, but just things didn't quite come together. We've been absolutely overwhelmed by the community's support by this and are thrilled that if we're successful in this and go down this road together, that phase 1 of the Bluff Line we'll be able to start right in the middle of Warrington and Brownsville communities, some of the areas with the biggest needs that aren't used to getting the nicest stuff first. And so it's an honor to be able to do that for communities that have been waiting a long time for transformative projects. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Glenn Conrad and Matt Finn, you will be the final speaker.
Gentleman, Glenn Conrad again. I want to express support for the Bluff Line project. The 3 Jackson Lakes, one of them even spring-fed, all drain into Bayou Chico, improving. And this area has been neglected by the county and the community for a long time. It's absolutely a beautiful place. It's well worth doing this and supporting this effort. The Bluff Line project has taken a lot of initiative here and done a lot of very good work so far. We need to support them. And this will not hurt Bayou Chico restoration at all either. So that's another good aspect. That it's on the border of Warrington and Brownsville, contributes to both communities. It'll be a great park. Hope you support it.
Matt Finn. Matt Finn.
Mr. Administrator, he may have had to leave. Board, that's all the speakers. I'd entertain discussion, a motion.
Yeah, I went to the meeting at this on Lexington Terrace. I remember it was probably almost a year and a half, 2 years ago, Jerry. I met you when they opened up the skate park. And I thought you were a little bit aspirational at the time, honestly. I was like, man, this guy really wants to go for something. But when we had the meeting out at Lexington Terrace, it was, I'm not kidding, it was completely packed out. You couldn't have put 5 more people in there. And the engineers were there and asked everyone how many people from the Brownsville, Warrington area. And I'd say 80–90% of the people raised their hands because they were in favor of the Bluff Line. So the base was out there, Steve Opelika. Obviously, I went out there with the press, with Ms. Barrows, Tim, and Chips to look at the site. This will be, it won't just be District 2. Councilman Wiggins was there that night. We had that. If we can get this started, we could go from UWF maybe all the way to the Alabama state line. And we're not going to put $20 million into Jackson Pond. We know we don't have that money. So this is money, if we can get it, would definitely transform that area, and I would ask for your support in this project.
Mike, I'm happy to support it, and what I like about it, with Mr. Strickland, who we go way back as a great reporter back in the days, but I mean, what Amy and Jane and Mr. Strickland are doing, they're dreaming of what our community can be and what it could be, and I think that's important, that we keep that vision and keep that dream alive. And I'm naive enough to believe that it's going to happen. But if not, we just keep dreaming and keep trying, and eventually it happens. And maybe the full benefit is not for us, but maybe it's for our children and our grandchildren that will get the full benefit. It would be Jane's grandchildren. But what a legacy project that this group has started that probably will be developed long after my season and my tenure here, even after many of us are gone on. But our grandchildren probably would get an opportunity to really brag. And I think that it's not only an amenity, Mike, for bike trails and walking, but I think that it becomes a tourist attraction. I think people will come from many places around the world to see this trail. So congratulations, guys, on dreaming. And I gave you my word that I was going to be fully supportive, and just wanted the commissioner from that district to take the lead. But I'm certainly going to support the commissioner.
I'll put a motion, item car 19.
Second.
Excuse me. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Item passes 4-0. Mr. Administrator, congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's 64 items on the Budget Finance Consent Agenda. There are no changes. Hold card 246 for Commissioner Berry to abstain. Card 247 for Commissioner Berry to abstain. And also hold for speakers, the same, card 246 and card 2-14.
Mr. Chairman, please hold 53 as well. I need discussion on it.
Okay, entertain a motion for the balance.
So move the balance.
All right. Is there a second?
Yes, second.
All right, please vote. Indicate by saying aye. Raising your hand, I'm sorry. Commissioner May?
Yeah.
Yep, item passes, or sorry, the balance passes 4-0. Mr. Administrator, 214.
Larry Downs Jr.
Well, Larry Downs Jr. Which item are we on here? I done got lost. I done signed up for a few.
Bad debt write-off, EMS.
Which one?
Car 2-14, write-offs, of accounts.
Oh, write-offs. This is for the ambulance service? Is that right?
That is correct.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that did have something. Yeah, I tried to speak on this issue, but I got shut down. You know, it was one of those ones where I couldn't continue like a lot of other people get to do for 30, 40 seconds. My dad on May, it's just kind of, it's kind of aggravating here. It was on May 22nd, 2024. And I sent y'all a video on this. My dad was waiting for an ambulance. He had a stroke. We brought him up to the West Florida, a little urgent care there on 98 and Blue Angel. So we're waiting, and the nurse and the doctors are all in the room, and they said, well, you know, it's probably going to be 30 minutes or more for an ambulance service to get there, you know, county ambulance. So we wait, and we wait. All of a sudden, 2 hours goes by. All of a sudden, 3 hours goes by. This is a stroke patient here, and it's my dad. So I'm like, what's the problem? Why can't y'all get an ambulance over here? She said, well, the county won't let, the county has to do it, so we're waiting on them. She said, we have 2 ambulance transports over at West Florida, but the county won't let us use them. Now, this is ridiculous. Y'all should not be stopping any ambulance service from any hospital from using their ambulances. There's only one way to do it, and that's because of a monopoly, because of the money. And then I look on here and I look at all this money, almost 9 million? 9 million here in total amount, right off. Am I reading that correctly? I mean, for transports, ambulance services. I mean, why would y'all stop any hospital from using their ambulances, period? Any way they can get there. Now, do you know what happened? 4 hours and 15 minutes later, my son, who's a nurse, shows up and says, hey, he looks at all the blood pressure and all the stuff, and he says, get an airlift right here, right now. You know what they did? They called. Within 6 minutes, they had an ambulance there. I know this is important, Chairman. This is very important. This is my family, somebody else's family. I've already had several calls like this. They having the same problems. Right. Remove whatever y'all do that stops ambulances from coming from private or from hospitals. Just stop that.
Thank you. All right, Board, that's the only speaker on the item. Entertain a motion or discussion.
So move, Mr. Chairman. I do have one quick question. Wes, I mean, that 9 million's actual dollars that we're writing on?
It's $9 billion worth of folks who have not paid their owed money for ambulance service. It's not totally written off. It's going to debt collection is where it's going.
Oh, so we're going to try to recoup some of that?
Yes, absolutely.
Good luck with that.
All right, there was a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, thank you, Jeff. I'm sorry, Mike, go ahead.
No, this is a lot of money. I think last year this came up was around 10 million last year as well, and I remember you bringing.
It's always a lot of money, yeah. I don't
Yeah,
remember what it was.
I think it's probably a national issue where we don't get, we need to educate the society on what actually emergency calls are. Because there's a difference between an emergency call, an urgent call, and seeing your primary doctor. Right. And unfortunately, people use the EMS system often for an ambulance ride to go to the ER when they more than likely should go to an urgent care or a primary care doctor. But I'll work with Chief Watts and Eric to see what we can do to maybe get this down.
And Mike, I served on Ascension Board for a long time, and I mean, uninsured care in our ERs. I mean, that's why, Health and Hope, Community Health, all these places are important. I mean, I actually had to be in urgent care myself this weekend, but there was so many people that came in that probably should have went to a primary doctor. but they didn't have that primary doctor. And there's just so many uninsured people, particularly in the homeless population. And people, some people get upset because people use this, but if you're hurting and you're sick, what options do you have?
No, corporal law allows it. Right. Commissioners, I would say, we held a meeting last week to identify the 3 zones that have the most unpaid debt. And then what I've asked for is what kind of medical calls, what kind of calls were in those zones, to see if we can work with some of our community partners and maybe create an alternative. If somebody runs out of blood pressure medicine, somebody, whatever it might be, if there's an alternative we can put in place. We've got some great ideas, and we'll be moving forward with some of those with that data and information.
What is our response time now? I mean, you hear it all different ways. What is the response time for
I rely on Eric, but some of it's going to depend on what the call is. If it's emergent or if it's non-emergent. And it just depends on what it is. I mean, we had one instance where somebody was taken to urgent care with a bone sticking out of his leg. Well, he shouldn't have been taken to urgent care. He should have been taken to the hospital.
Who makes that decision?
Whoever takes him at the moment.
Well, I think Eric was coming, I guess, to say what's the response time. And we've remedied that with West Florida, right? I mean, I know that was an issue a while back on transports, but that's been...
So West Florida has 2 BLS trucks, and they run their BLS trucks to the freestanding ER. They don't have COPCNs for the ALS right now, but they're also decompressing their hospital to send people home to make bed space available as well. As far as the bone issue...
So we're running the EMS for West Florida Hospital, or they run their own?
Well, we're running for all freestandings. So we have a transfer division that goes to all the freestandings, Sacred Heart. And understand that when we started this, or when I started this, there was only one freestanding. It was Perdita Bay. And we was trying to get ahead of that one. And we felt like we got ahead of it. But now we've got another HCA freestanding on 9 Mile Road. We have a freestanding Sacred Heart on 9 Mile Road. Sacred Heart's fixing to put another freestanding out there in the Inter Point area, and now Baptist has another freestanding, so they just keep popping up. So we are working with West Florida, HCA, to get them their ambulances out there to do that. So we're trying to work those things through right now. As far as the bone, and people take inappropriate things to freestandings. They're not true emergency rooms. So they might not have neuro, they might not have CT, so they'd have to be transferred out. So if somebody goes to a freestanding ER and they can't do all the necessary things there, they need to get transferred out to a hospital. That's when that staff does that. But with HCA, Perdita Bay, we have agreements with them that if we aren't on their clock in 2 hours, then they're calling on the shift supervisor. If we're not on the clock in 3 hours, then they're escalating it up to the deputy chief. So we have metrics to escalate those things for the delays. So I don't know why it wasn't met that night. I'm going to look into your situation, Larry, find out what was going on. But we do have metrics with the HCA. So as far as the issue, there's private ambulances or other ambulances that respond. I mean, they're right there next to Baldwin County. So those ambulances come across state line, they drop off there, and when they drop off there at the Perdita Bay, then it's a high acuity call that needs to go to a hospital. Then we get stuck having to go out there, or having the issue of going out there to the freestanding and bringing it to the main hospital after they've brought it into the county. So there's a lot of moving parts to this, a lot of metrics that we're trying to...
So we do go out of state, I would assume.
We do watch that. To your question about what are we seeing as far as the acuity or what level of calls for the write-offs, I had Joey run some stuff for me today, and it's looking like $1.3 million was in overdoses and behavioral health. Mental health stuff. So a lot of the overdoses and everything. And we did it by addresses or zip code. Understand that the zip codes could be where we picked an individual up at. It's not necessarily a house. It's where they was found on the side of the road or Beggs Lane. So we're seeing a lot of those things in those zip codes.
So doing Suboxone, I mean, is that contributing to it?
Suboxone, so I will tell you that as he was going through it, he found one individual since the calendar year this year, January 1, we have picked up over 50 times. Over 50 times and not paid his bill. He's in the CORE program, and since he's been in CORE, he hasn't called 911. So I said, find me more of those that we're trying to prevent from getting into our system and running our bills up. So those are the ones we're tracking down. Yes.
So with that, we send a fully loaded truck out when we're treating the overdose, or
not an ambulance. We send a SUV out with a nurse.
Yeah,
an SUV with a nurse. They'll go out there and administer the Suboxone with the individual. Yes.
Okay.
So it's not an ambulance.
Yeah, I was trying to make that point. That's what I thought.
So we're working, and like Administrator Moreno said, we're working with the community health. We're trying to identify those zip codes. We're trying to identify those people who keep running the bills up and trying to do community paramedicine and going out and meet their metrics so they don't call 911. And to Commissioner Kohler's point, yeah, we're trying to do a campaign, and we did do a campaign to put information about when to call 911, when to go to your primary care. People just don't care. Let me tell you, because we show up to your house, you're sitting on the front porch, you got leg pain, but you got 5 vehicles in the yard and 3 relatives that won't take you to the hospital. It happens. So.
Well, it seems like a lifetime. And listen, I mean, and I've called you. I've been on the football field when a kid bones popped
Absolutely.
out his leg. I've been on the football field when a kid broke his back. And
Yes, sir.
and just to that mom and to the kids and to everybody. I mean, if it's 15 minutes, it seems like hours.
It seems like forever. It does. It really
Yeah,
does.
if it's my father, it seems the same way. So,
Yes, sir.
Larry, you have my sympathy with that, because when it's our loved ones, it's just a little different.
So, thank you.
All right, Board, we do have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All right, please vote. Item passes 4-0. Mr. Administrator.
Car 2-46, Larry Downs Jr.
Which one was this one on?
Construction sidewalks in District 3.
Oh, yeah, this is the one where we got another recusal, for the 2 different types of recusals. So the chair will be recusing himself, which this is going, a little bit about what I'm going to speak on the last issue tonight, and maybe one more here. But, y'all got to stop trying to make the citizens look bad. And I ain't saying you, Mike. I ain't saying you, but I mean, you got to try to stop making the citizens look bad. Only one up here out of all the commissioners who were here was Douglas Underhill, who actually defended my position. He can't stand me. Even to this day, he can't stand me. But he defended my position for my recusal when I was on the board. Now, if you Google my name now, that comes up. Now, you're going to be recusing yourself here.
Pause. I'm sorry. Pause the time. Larry, I'm going to pause your time. I've heard this many, many times. I'm going to take the opportunity to speak. Larry, your time has stopped. Recusing yourself because you're a friend of the person you're hearing the case is not a reason to recuse yourself.
So doing work, having contractual work with them, that's what you're telling me?
Being their friend, that is, you have a relationship.
Are you a friend?
I'm your friend, yes.
Are you a friend to Shavers?
I'm a friend to many, many people that come to the board. I have a business relationship with Ryan, which is why I recuse myself. You didn't recuse yourself because of a business relationship with the applicants, with the defendants at the Contractor Compensation Board. You recused yourself on...
The attorney told me to recuse myself.
Because...
Y'all didn't care.
You were his friend. That was what the...
No.
Larry,
I said I done work for him. He done work for me. I donated to his kids' Little League baseball team. I mean, this is things that can make it look like Douglas said, it was plain as day. But y'all had a vendetta against me.
Larry,
So I'm
Larry.
just pointing out the hypocrisy.
Okay.
That's all.
All right.
And this
Please start his time again. It's your time.
I'm just saying, you got to make the tough votes. You should
Yes.
be voting on this too.
Okay.
You really should be. I mean, what's the difference?
I don't miss a minute of a meeting, Larry. I vote on everything.
What's the difference? It doesn't matter, right? Just vote on it. Doesn't matter that you're making money every which way you can using your position. I'm just saying, I'm pointing out the obvious.
Okay.
And it doesn't seem obvious to you, but when you look on my YouTube channel and you look at it, you've recused yourself for less than me. So I'm just saying, you're making the citizens look bad. Stop.
Thank you. All right, Board. No, that's the only speakers. I do need to read an abstention. I, Stephen Berry, hereby disclose on September 5, 2024, a measure came before my agency which will inure to the special gain or loss of Ryan Shavers, by whom I am retained. The measure before my agency and the nature of my conflicting interest in the measure is as follows. Escambia County Board of County Commissioners meeting September 5, 2024, County Administrator's Report, item 2-46, recommendation concerning the construction of sidewalks in District 3 on contract PD 22-23.126. paving and drainage agreement presents a conflict of interest pursuant to statute 112.31 Floor 3 Florida statutes, or the appearance of a conflict of interest pursuant to statute 286.012 Florida statutes, because Ryan Shavers, principal of Shavers Construction, is my client. And I'd entertain a motion for the item.
I'll move item 46 in the affirmative.
Thank you. Is there a second? All those in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. Commissioner May, are you going to vote? Any opposed? Any abstentions? Item passes 3-0 with Commissioner Berry abstaining. Mr. Administrator?
Car 2-47.
All right. Board, we have no speakers. Same issue. I need to read an abstention before we dispose of the item. I, Stephen Berry, hereby disclose on September 5, 2024, a measure came before my agency which will inure to the special gain or loss of Ryan Shavers, by whom I am retained. The measure before my agency and the nature of my conflicting interest in the measure is as follows. Escambia County Board of County Commissioners meeting September 5, 2024, County Administrator's Report, item 2-47, recommendation concerning contract award for the alternative funding continuing contract for miscellaneous grading, paving, drainage, and sidewalk repair, rehabilitation, and other construction-related projects. PD 23-24.074 presents a conflict of interest pursuant to statute 112.31 Floor 3 Florida statutes, or the appearance of a conflict of interest pursuant to statute 286.012 Florida statutes, because Ryan Shavers, principal of Shavers Construction, is my client. Entertain a motion for the item.
I'll move item 47 in the affirmative.
All right. Thank you. All those in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Item passes 3-0 with Commissioner Berry abstaining. Mr. Administrator?
We have one item up for discussion concerning the SS United States. We have 8 speakers.
Hey, Wes, I pulled 53.
I'm sorry, Commissioner.
I just want to have, and Commissioner Gosh, I don't want to kick you when you're down. But I can't completely disclose why I pulled this. I normally wouldn't get into a commissioner's discretionary funds. There were things that some of the people on this board may know why I pulled it. I didn't think you had any discretionary money, but you have 23,000. I didn't know that till I had Stefan send it. So it's not personal for me, but I can't vote for any discretionary funds until we figure out Cat 7. So that's just where I'm at, and I'll leave it at that since we still haven't had the shade meeting disclosed.
Yeah, and I understand that. But just to point out for your awareness, the board already voted for this back in January. And we had the PTA banquet in February, so that was before that situation transpired that you're alluding to. So obviously, you can vote against it if you want. This is a PTA function. Again, the board voted already once to approve it back in January. I do have 23,000 in discretionary, and of course, that vote back in January happened before the discussion that you're referencing that the board subsequently had. And
okay,
you good? Are we good? Okay.
All right. Is that a motion, Commissioner?
Yeah, I move the item.
All right. Is there a second? All right. There's a motion and a second. All those in favor, please raise your right hand. Any opposed? Item passes 3-1 with Commissioner Kohler in dissent. Mr. Administrator?
We have one item up for discussion concerning the SS United States. We have 8 speakers. The first speaker is Jessica Freeland. Carrie Freeland, you'll be next.
Hello, my name is Jessica Freeland, 2300 Aegean Terrace. The SS United States is our country's namesake, and when reefed, it will be the world's largest artificial reef. I'm here to talk with you today about the grassroots side of this incredible opportunity. For the last 8 years, I have been and am the chair of Third Coast Divers. We are the largest and most active dive club in our area, on the northern Gulf Coast, and quite possibly the entire state of Florida and west of us. To date, Third Coast Divers has 4,000 members, with 30% being non-Florida residents, almost 20% being at least 2 hours away or more. Like locals, tourist divers who live over 2 hours away dive with us regularly. Locals and visitors alike, these divers dive. We have dive events almost every weekend. The tourist divers travel here, bring their families, stay in our local lodging, eat at our local restaurants, dive with our local charters, and shop at our local businesses. Once the SS United States is reefed, These divers will be diving, and I firmly believe the frequency of visits will increase. We will have a surge followed by a sustainable increase of incoming tourist divers plus their companions to our area. And this is a great thing, right? We want these tourists. As a whole, tourist divers are better educated, have higher household incomes than most, and leave our environment a better place. These are tourists that we want. For example, at the end of July, we took a Keys trip as a club, right? We went down there and we spent $35,000. The breakdown was about $1,590 per diver. The breakdown was we spent 49% of our money on lodging, we spent 23% on food, beverage, and entertainment, and 22% on dive charters. We have a large amount of divers that showed up today. Woohoo! And you can see that they're still there, they hung in there, and thank you guys for making it out here. That's right, give yourselves a hand. These divers understand the value of the potential of this reef, the SS United States. They have taken time out of their day to show support tonight. We thought we lost the opportunity for this reef. And then yesterday morning, we found out it was still alive, right? So these guys turned on a dime, they changed their schedule, and they came out here tonight. Okay, I'm gonna go faster, yes, sir. They came out here tonight, rearranged their work schedules, and they came out here tonight to show support for you guys, to show that we support it. Okay, so we have people missing their children's swim meets. We have people who took off work early to make it here. We have people who...
Ms. Freeland, thank you. Yes, ma'am. I believe you.
Okay.
I believe you that they're missing things.
Okay, one more thing. As a community, these divers, these individuals in this room and more have a grassroots donation of $500,000 from the community. So thank you for your time.
Yes, ma'am.
Carrie Freeland. And Andy Ross, you'll be next.
Thank you, Commissioners and Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity to speak to you today. I'm Kerry Freeland, 2300 Aegean Terrace. I'm president of Dive Pros, a 36-year Florida corporation that's in the business of taking out locals and the folks who visit our area and visit our reefs from all over the country and all over the world. Today alone, I spoke with 4 different groups who will be visiting our community. I serve as the chairman for the Escambia County Marine Advisory Committee. I have been here asking for your support for acquiring, I'm here to ask for your support to acquire the SS United States as an artificial reef. The Marine Advisory Committee has made a recommendation to acquire a large reef to the commission in the past, and this project will secure our community as a diving destination for generations to come. I am humbled by the number of people who have come out to support this effort. Commissioners, I know your time is valuable. We have not brought all these folks to speak. We do have a couple to speak who I think will have relevant information. Could I have a show of hands of everybody who's here for the SS United States? Thank you, guys. I know your time's valuable, so I want to move right along. I think you'll find, I got lost, I'm sorry. I am representing the diving community who is very excited about this project. All these people I speak with in the fishing community are very excited about it as well. I've had numerous conversations with some high-profile hoteliers who are in favor of the project as intended to put the reef in waters accessible to the average diver. Representative Alex Andrade has explicitly stated that he's in favor of the project and will be able to come up with additional funding close to $1 million as of our last conversation. We have received endorsements from PADI, that's the Professional Association of Diving Instructors, NAUI, National Association of Diving Underwater Instructors. We're already experiencing a lot of interest in the SS United States.
Carrie, that's your time.
Moving right along?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
I'm here to tell you that we have raised about $3,700 in small contributions, and I'm holding checks for $17,000 in addition. And we ask for your assistance to invest in this underwater attraction that, again, will require no maintenance.
Thank you, Kerry.
Thank you again.
Thank you.
Andy Ross. And Michael Kravitz, you'll be next.
Yeah, I'm Captain Andy Ross. I run a dive charter company here in Pensacola, have been for 12 years. And I bring approximately 600 to 800 divers a year on my boat. It's not a real big company, but we bring that many divers. But that equates to more people than you think, because they bring in their cousins, their family, their kids that may not dive, and those people out spending money in the hotels and the restaurants. They're going fishing. So really, when you think about it, I'd probably bring in, several thousand people a year just for my dive operation. Since the Oriskany, which is the largest artificial reef in the world, has been here, I've seen the business really increase, and we've really got a huge business with specialized tech diving down there. And there's been a lot of talk about another large reef like this, the SS United States, and I believe that if we brought this wreck here, it's gonna increase our business substantially. I mean, the Oriskany brought in millions of dollars per year. This will do the same thing, and if you had kind of another big sister ship like this, I gotta imagine it would almost double my dive business, not to mention the other ones in the neighborhood here. So I think it's just a phenomenal thing to bring to this area. Just bring lots and lots of tourism and business to our town. And I think it's just a phenomenal way to go. It's like putting gas in your car. You want to keep that car going. You want to keep that money coming to Escambia County. You want to get a reef out there. It's a good way to get it going. That way we got more funds to pay for other things in our county. So I'm all for it. Thank you for the time.
Michael Kravitz, David Benz, you'll be next.
Good evening, Michael Thomas. So the brother that opened up this meeting with his prayer said that the Lord calls for us to pray for those in authority, and now I see why. I'll be praying for you guys. This is all new to me, but thank you for your patience. I'm a lifelong citizen of Escambia County. I've been diving with Dive Pros 22 years. I see the benefit in getting that boat. So hopefully you guys are the ones that can help us do it.
Thank you.
David Benz? You had to leave, okay. Dan Anderson?
Hello, name is Dan Anderson, 2104 Susan Street. I'm a Vietnam veteran. I've been diving for in excess of 60 years. I teach disabled veterans to scuba dive as part of their rehab. I can't really add anything to these, but you look at some of these things here. It says, if you sink it, they will come. Well, we sank the Oriskany, and boy, howdy did they come. You sink it, and they will definitely increase your business here. Thank you.
Larry Downs Jr.
Larry Downs Jr. Man, all the crap y'all spend our money on. I mean, just look at the $9+ million a year, probably 10 million, like you said, in ambulance wasted fees, uncollectibles, and that is a problem. The amount of money that is wasted on lawsuits. Maybe we could take some of that money. Maybe y'all could throw back into the fund of the money that y'all voted on to sue us and sue others. Maybe y'all could throw some of that money in there, pull it out of y'all's funding, the checks that we write to y'all. Maybe y'all could do that. There's all kind of ways that we could get this money for this holy ship. And the first thing I seen when I seen those shirts walk in, I was like, holy ship. It's amazing. I mean, and of course, I'm not for more government. I'm not for ice up in Beulah, year-round ice. Come on. How many people are going to use that really? It's more money. Probably destroying the planet, right? Keeping ice in Florida year-round. It's the same way with this. I mean, I can see the funding, I can see the money that could come back. But at the same time, we're still up here begging y'all for more of our own money. It's ridiculous. So find some money for this program on the pork that y'all are wasting. Thank you.
Christopher Rennie.
Good evening, Commissioners. Christopher Riney. I spoke to you guys at the last meeting that we had about the SS United States, and just wanted to come back up and say I am still in support of this, and I'm still an instructor with Dive Pros, and I still haven't seen y'all come take my scuba classes. So please feel free, and please support this measure. This would bring untold great economic benefit to all of us. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, that was the last speaker.
Board, entertain a motion or a discussion.
Well, obviously, I support it. I mean, we brought it 5 weeks ago or 6 weeks ago, but Okaloosa County looks like they're very close to making the deal on the 17th. They postponed it the other night when they had it. You know, I know several months ago that we made the offer through staff to maybe cost share it and move it somewhere in between, which I thought might have been a decent idea, but that was rebuked. That's my understanding of it. So, I mean, we got to come up with the money, but I obviously support it if we find a way to come up with the money. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I'm a diver. I got certified in Guam. I don't dive here. I guess I'm going to have to go get back into it now. But I support this. My only concern, I don't want to take any money out of the general fund, obviously. I think we all agree with that. I met with Robert and Chips and Tim this morning to see what option we could do to work with the other counties to maybe bring this in. As Commissioner Burgash had mentioned, I'm not really sure why Okaloosa stood off for 2 weeks, but I do think we have, a little window here to try to work something out. So if we can, and it doesn't come out of the general fund, I'm definitely there for you. Like you said, as soon as you sink it, it's not like a park. There's no maintenance. It's just people keep coming, and we get tourist dollars off it. Everything else we do around here, we have to keep upkeep and maintenance, and this is a good thing. So, all right, thank you.
Mike, Jeff, and obviously you guys support it. I support you two guys in doing it. But it seems like, are you getting the money from Restore Pot 1? I mean, Chips, is that where we're applying for the money? And is there a match? Is there a match for Restore dollars, or would it just?
No, sir, there's
Restore
not.
dollars would just come this way?
Yeah, those pot funds, Pot 1 funds, it's a total of $70 million that's going to come to the county, still 4 or 5 more years of that. Every April, we get $4 million of that 70 coming into the coffers. We do have about $10 million available now.
But in that 10 million, some of that's already allocated out, correct? Or project-based?
That's unallocated.
That, you got 10, unallocated.
We've already allocated probably $25 million on projects in all of your districts.
Okay, yeah. Got it. I mean, I know Commissioner Grover Robinson and Bender really worked on the Restore Pot, so, yeah, I mean, that probably is an option of funding long-term.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, Mike, I like that. I mean, the joint venture, I mean, because
All right.
we
Is
should
there-
look at it as regional rather than just, a county.
Motion to move forward and with items A and B. Is there? All right. All right. Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right. All those in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. Item passes 4-0. Congratulations.
Don't go far.
Mr. Administrator. Thank you. Madam Counsel.
Mr. Chairman, there are 7 items for action on tonight's county attorney's report. I can answer any questions you may have.
All right, Board, we have a number of speakers on item 7. Would we like to go ahead and dispose 1 through 6?
Yeah, I'll move items 1 through 6 in the affirmative.
All right. Please vote. County Attorney's report, items 1 through 6 passes 4-0. Item 7. We do have a few speakers. First speaker is going to be Keith Bowie.
I'm not real clear on what we're asking to do with this, because the judge has a lot to do with it, and I don't know that anything's been settled. But if we can get something to where we don't have to deal with this anymore, I'd like to see that. And I don't think it's, you know, I just need a little bit of clarity on this. There's no need to just beat our heads silly with it. It's the weaponization of the government, our county government, and we shouldn't ever have that. And I understand I got wrapped up into the turmoil myself. I wasn't notified, but I've heard rumors. So if I wasn't, please correct me. But if I was, I'll read about it when it gets released to the public. Also, I think these texts, not the private stuff, but the texts need to be redacted, unredacted. That's the first thing that needs to happen. We need to know what these communications are when you're on the dais from outside sources or whatever. I don't see any reason for any of this stuff to be redacted. It needs to be in the public domain. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Larry Downs.
Larry Downs, Jr. I printed out all this stuff here, and it is pretty interesting. You know, it seems like to me that, you know, the throuple that made this vote, and I'm assuming it was 3, made this vote to sue, you know, some citizens. You know, I got an idea. How about whenever you when you have your electronic gadgets, how about you secure your own stuff and not just cost us money, you know? And because you make it available, I mean, this actually happened with the DBPR, and they hooked their phone up. This is back when I was fighting them. And that was all available to me, every bit of it. And I used it. Can you imagine them suing me for using, it's their problem, not mine. They made it public. So what I'm thinking here is there any way, this is a lot of money for attorney fees, and it's probably not over. I mean, because it's kind of slanderous. It's kind of slanderous when you talk about our citizens. Don't you think, Barry? It's kind of slanderous when you talk about our citizens in a derogatory manner. And then they have to deal with this for years. Just like me, I'm a businessman here in town. My family works for me. My sons work for me. One's in the Marine Corps, one's a nurse. Now they work full-time for me. And they have to deal with a little bit of y'all's shenanigans on my reputation, which is the same thing that Jonathan Owens and, you know, and Alex Arduni's got to deal with. That's not right. What y'all did ain't right. Y'all should do a public apology, put it in the paper, apologize to them, apologize to the rest of the citizens for wasting our money. That's what you should do.
Thank you. Next speaker is Glenn Conrad.
Commissioners, thank you. Although I'm not quite sure why this is even on the agenda, given the court cases. I'm not going to belabor the nuances of this, going all back to the ifs and what fors and whys. But one thing is certain, we need to move on. The citizens of the county need to move on from this lawsuit. You guys need to move on too, I believe. Go ahead and pay the attorney's fees. Be done with it.
All right, board, oh, hold on. That is all the speakers, correct? Oh, okay. All right, I apologize. Mr. Owens' counsel is also here, Dennis Green. If there's any questions for one of the participants' counsel, he's available. Board, entertain a motion or discussion, and you know, ideally dispose of the matter and.
Yeah, I just, you know, look, we've talked about this for a long time. I think the appropriate place where we should be talking about this is in a shade session, but I was told on the 21st we could not have one. The decision had been made to cancel it, so I guess we're going to talk about this out in the open. But if you look at the entirety of the circumstance, I had a phone that was malfunctioning, had a lot of public records on it. And I used my phone for business, my business at the base, my personal, and I get calls and texts on it that relate to county business. I lost the Apple ID. The Apple ID was tied to an email that was gone. Couldn't get the Apple ID. Called the AT&T. Went to the AT&T store. Everyone's solution was re-image it. Otherwise, your phone was locked out. It was activation locked. It was locked down. So we called Apple corporate, and they said, you know, if you could take it to the IT department, we'll give them the code, and we can save all the records. So that's what I did. And I was told at the time by the director of IT, it was a very simple process. He had a program that could do it. It would just be time-consuming to download it. So I did it. Since that time, I received the thumb drive with all my backup. My text messages, 1,600 color photographs, lots of personal information. And when the copy was being made, I told Mr. McCaslin and Bart Siders, this is a lot of personal stuff, but I know there's public records on here. This was after COVID, related to COVID. There were a lot of attorney-client privileged conversations, a lot, again, personal stuff, a lot of stuff about employees that I supervise at the base. And I asked them to delete the copies. There is no requirement under Florida statutes that a public record, that duplicate copies of a public record be maintained. I was the custodian of this record. I am the custodian of the record. So since that time, before I found out that people had kept copies and disseminated it unredacted, I've been able to answer 5 public records requests because people have made specific requests from my texts. Had I just deleted it, taken the easy road, my life would have been a lot easier, right? My life would have been a lot different, but I would not have been able to answer those public records requests. So I did this all for the right reasons. I was trying to preserve public records because what I understand about public records is it doesn't matter if it's on my personal phone, the county phone, my laptop, my home computer. A public record is a public record regardless of where it is. That means every email on my county email is not necessarily a public record. And some emails on my personal Gmail are a public record. So I wanted to set the table with that as the backdrop. We found out, the county attorney's office found out in March of 2023 that someone had a complete copy. Now remember, this backup was made in February of 2022. So a full year later, 13 months later, the county is notified that someone has a full copy of it. 3 months later, they notified me. I didn't know until June of 2023. And I was notified by the county attorney. She said, did you give your text messages to someone? I said, of course not. No one's asked for anything. Because they hadn't. By that time, I hadn't been asked for anything, even though we had multiple lawsuits pending. And I said, no. I mean, I said, I haven't given them to anyone. She goes, well, there's a giant spreadsheet from opposing counsel in a multi-million-dollar lawsuit, and they have your text messages. I said, that can't be. That can't be. And then they sent a copy of them to Allison, and to their credit, they password protected it because they knew, just taking a look at it, cursory look, that it had lots of sensitive, classified personal information, just as I knew it. So it gets worse. So the attorney immediately sends a letter to Ginger Bowden, the state attorney, says, look, we think a crime has been committed because Commissioner Bragash's phone has been hacked from the county server. And then, we subsequently talked about what had happened in February of 2022 with the IT department saving the records. The FBI came in. The first day they came in the office, they were looking for hackers. They thought someone had hacked into the system. And so they looked in the IT department, walked around, came up to our office. Wes and I were there. And the first thing they did was they put down this form and said, we're going to investigate this, but before we do, you have to sign this waiver. I said, that's fine. I'll sign whatever it is. I said, what is it? It just means that we can go through every bit of your phone's backup, if it's on the county computers and it's part of our investigation, to look for evidence of any crime. Any crime. No problem. I signed it on the spot because I don't do anything wrong. I follow the rules. There's nothing, there's nothing illegal in any of my backup. And of course, we found out since then because the grand jury went through it with a fine-tooth comb and there was nothing there. There's conversations, personal records. So fast forward a little bit further than that, and we find out we find out that a former employee of the county had the copy, so no one knew how. The FBI couldn't figure it out. They turned over their investigation to the state, and yesterday afternoon, we finally got the mystery solved. We finally got the mystery solved, and you'll see it in the paper tomorrow. No one hacked the system. No one broke in the middle of the night. The director of Escambia County IT kept a copy, put it on his own desktop for whatever reasons, I don't know, probably wanted to read it, look at my family pictures, my vacation pictures. And he kept a copy. Not only that, though, he knew, because I told him to delete it, he knew there was all kinds of sensitive information. I find out now, yesterday afternoon, new news, Pam, for you too, brand new news, that within a week and a half of that copy being made, someone called him, anonymous call, but he recognized the voice. It was Jonathan Owens saying, I want a copy of it. This is the director of IT for Escambia County, a guy you gotta trust, a guy I've known for 20 years, coached with him. So what did he do? Did he call the lawyer and say, hey, there's been a public records request for a backup that I made to save public records? No, he didn't. He met him in the parking garage. He met Jonathan Owens in the parking garage and gave him the complete backup. Now, it's not just text messages. It's not just Jeff Bergosh. It's not just me. It's not just my family. There are 20 citizens implicated with this information. Social security numbers, full color pictures of passports, driver's licenses, 3 years worth of your phone, 1,600 pictures. Nothing illegal. I signed the waiver. The next day, the FBI signed the waiver. Nothing illegal, but a lot of damaging personal information on 20 different citizens. Now, we had a lawsuit. This board recognized that there was a theft of property. And when we realized folks possessed the property, we asked this board asked our attorney, what can we do to recover this data? We all thought there would be some charges coming. There haven't been. And we voted 4-1, this board voted 4-1 to seek the return of the property through any means necessary at a court of competent jurisdiction. Because the board voted, because the board knew it wasn't just about Jeff Bergosh. It was about a former employee. It was about dependents on the health care plan and citizens unaffiliated with the county. 20 citizens, medical records, everything you could imagine. So, yesterday I find out that it was essentially the county that did it, the director of IT. And he said, well, apparently, oh, by the way, he knew it was criminal. He was given immunity. That's why he testified. So other people have lied, said they had no idea where it came from. It showed up on the desk. It showed up under the door. They knew. Jonathan Owens knew it contained data he was not entitled to and he has no authorization to possess. How do we know he knows that? Because he went on the radio and said it. He went on the radio and said it August 7th of last year with Andrew Tallman. And he said, oh yeah, I read it. I read it when I worked at the county. I read it all. Had a lot of personal information, some public records, a lot of stuff about Dr. Edler, but a lot of personal stuff. Well, what'd you do when you left the county? Oh, I went ahead and held on to it. So we find all this out yesterday afternoon. Meanwhile, the judge, in this case, has already made a ruling. He didn't know. He didn't have the benefit of this investigation and all these findings. So I don't think we should pay either. I agree with Larry Downs. Very rarely do I agree with him, but I agree with him. I don't think we ought to pay it either. I think we should send the latest information from the investigation to this judge. He may not change his ruling, but in his ruling, he said he didn't think the county had any possessory interest. Well, we now know the county had all the possessory interest. They created and established their possessory interest when the head of IT for Escambia County unilaterally stole those files because make no doubt, make no mistake about it, that's what he did. That's why he lied to me. When I found out on June 1st of 2023 that these had been stolen, my first call was to Bart. I've known him 20 years. And I said, Bart, what happened? What's going on? Jeff, I have no idea. I have no idea. But he was a liar. He was lying. And we found out only when he was given immunity and put under oath at the state attorney's office that he was the leak. So the county definitely has a possessory interest, Pam, 100%. This was created, this whole problem was created by the county through their director of IT. So I'm disgusted. I'm sick over it. You know, a few people have said, well, why in the world would you ever trust your phone with the IT department? Listen to me. You have to be able to trust people in a big organization like this. You got to be able to trust the IT when your computer breaks down, you get a virus, or you have a problem with your phone. If you can't trust the director of IT, you can't trust anyone. So, Escambia County created this problem through their IT department. I was trying to save records, which I did, at great personal expense. So I'm not interested in paying a nickel. I'm not going to vote to pay a nickel to these attorneys. I think this information should be given to the judge, and extraordinary remedies should be sought. And maybe he doesn't change his ruling, but at least he will, I believe he would say, well, with this new information, the county absolutely was right to seek the return of this data on 20 citizens, including more than just Jeff Bergosh, but more importantly, because they do have a possessory interest. They made one. They created it, established it, and made it when Bart Siders unilaterally stole those files and gave them out unredacted. And subsequent to that, we know multiple other people have it. So I'm going to speak with Ginger Madden. I've requested another meeting. It's my second request. I certainly hope that she will read what I've said to her. I've sent her the names of every citizen, 20 of them, whose private information was compromised by the actions of IT Director Bart Siders. I certainly hope she'll listen. I believe felonies were committed, and I've done nothing wrong here, and this is not a personal thing. 20 people were affected by the actions of the county. So, no, I'm not interested in abstaining from this vote. Thank you very much. I'm going to make a vote. I'm going to vote against it. I think this needs to be appealed. I think the judge needs to be given this new information. Now, I get it. The election happened. It's over. And you guys want to move forward. Well, if you want to vote to settle it, you'll do that over my no vote. That's all I have to say on it. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Jeff, first, this is new information to me. I sympathize with you. Quite frankly, you know, I paid from this instance that I had nothing to do with. I've spent thousands of dollars. For other instances that staff people were there, I've spent thousands of dollars, even though I certainly don't believe that, you know, in any way that I was wrong. But for sometimes, you know, you pay a nuisance to move on. I've never asked the county to pay any of my legal bills, just because, you know, it's par for the nature, par for the course, and it's unfortunate, and that's why many people don't serve in public office, because of the scrutiny that's put upon you. And it is a direct effect on not only you, but those around you, and to just be evil for no reason is, you know, first, it's not Christian. Second of all, it's just not nice. To be mean because you can be mean is not necessary. And so for those of us who choose this life, it doesn't affect us as much as it affects others. I often say, you know, I'm a Little League T-ball coach, so it doesn't, you know, I can handle what people say. But even in this instance, I don't know the details. I question immunity. I know that I had to pay thousands and thousands of dollars because of the situation that you were in, that was on my back. I'm not requested anyone to give money. Also, there's no secret that, you know, there were staff people who falsified documents against me that I was falsely accused of, and I paid those because I just accept responsibility and move on. We've settled a lot of lawsuits because of nuisance, but to move this county forward and say, you know, let bygones be bygones. I tried to do that and move that. I certainly could feel your passion. I certainly feel bad for you. For a IT person, it's almost like trusting your doctor, or trusting your mechanic, or trusting your financial advisor. And I don't understand this, and I probably wouldn't on you, but explain to me, someone does something wrong and is granted immunity. How was that? This is the first I've ever heard that, Jeff.
Yeah, I don't get it either. I don't get it either. That's why I want a meeting with Ginger Madden.
But I do sympathize with you, Jeff. And so, I've been there, and I think we probably all have, whenever you decide to serve in public office, I mean, we sometimes have to, pay the cost, even, the appearance of impropriety results in us trying to remedy it and to make sure that we keep the confidence of this community, of the citizens in our support. So I don't know where the colleagues are. I mean, Jeff, at this point, I mean, I would say this, I would stand on a rooftop and say, this is a very unfortunate situation that has cost thousands and thousands of dollars on both sides. And so, I mean, it hurts not only you, but it hurts the citizens, and it certainly hurts, the image of staff and of the board, and it's probably caused friendships to be diminished and those type of things. As you said, you had a 20-year friendship with someone that you probably no longer have a friendship with, and that's just unfortunate, Jeff. And so I know that you're leaving this board, but I do believe that if it will happen to you, it'll happen to me, and if it happened to me, it'll happen to somebody else.
It could happen to anyone up here.
So, I mean,
that's why you have to confront it. Identity theft, this sort of data theft. If this had been the HR department and a disgruntled HR employee had his buddy call, hey, I want all of West Marino's medical sign-up sheets and all the other staff members. Oh, okay, I'll give it to you as a public record, and then gave it as a public record. It wouldn't be a public record. This wasn't a public record. This could happen to anyone. This was an insider doing something nefarious and giving things to a political rival. That's exactly what happened here. And that's why I feel good about what the board voted to do. I disagree with the judge's ruling. But again, people on this dais have to understand, this was not Jeff Bergosh's unilateral decision to go sue. I didn't run the case, the lawyers did. We didn't tell them what kind of case to file. They probably had an uphill battle. But it was a board decision based on bad actors in the county that created this problem. This was not Jeff Bergosh. That's why I would never abstain from this vote. That's ridiculous advice that I would never take. It's bad advice. Because that was not Jeff Bergosh's vote. It was a vote of this board in an open public meeting, and then we voted to continue it in another meeting.
Jeff, I just have one question, and certainly I remember the conversation, and it's when the vote, when you pledged your discretionary if we did not prevail. And I'm not a lawyer, and I'd lean to the lawyer. I mean, although I don't agree with a judge's decision, but my children may not agree with my decision, but it's the decision has been made. I mean, what recourse do we have if the judge has already made a decision? And I mean, and I'm with supporting, but at some point, we're 0 for the season on lawsuits, and
all we've been doing lately is lose lawsuits and capitulate and voluntarily dismiss them one by one.
So I mean, if I have to, and I've had to do this. I've had to cut my losses and say, let's move on. I mean, no, Jeff, I'm not being in an adversarial way with you. I'm just simply, having a discussion. I mean, I support. I just at some point, I have to say, how much more money are we going to spend? I haven't made any decision, Jeff. It's just an open conversation. I hadn't heard all this. I mean, particularly about the immunity and what Bart did to you. I mean, I'm saying this publicly. What he did to you was wrong, and I would say it indirectly affected Robert Bender. It indirectly affected Stephen Berry, and I can just tell you, it directly affected me. That cost me thousands of dollars.
26.
Right, that I'll never be able to recover, but we have to. And so every legal defense that I've had, I've hired my own personal attorneys, and I paid for them through my own sweat equity, through my own resources. But Allison, I guess Jeff was asking you to respond. I mean, what if the judge has made a decision? I mean, is there an appeal process, or is this done?
There is still time for this for the judge's order to be lawfully appealed. That is not my advice to this board.
What did Alex Arndoni have to do with this?
Mr. Chairman, can I ask a question? Did you say that Mr. Green's here for questions?
Yeah, he's certainly in the back, yeah.
Do you mind coming up a second? I want to get a second opinion. I don't know you. I want to ask you about this case, and then I want to make a couple comments. And just for the record, the part with your family, Jeff, I never wanted that out there, you know that. But I've had quite a bit of discussion with our attorneys, and I'd like your opinion on what we're doing here to settle legal fees. Do you think any of us are at risk for any kind of fees?
Well, first of all, that would be outside of the purview of my representation. I couldn't opine on that. You'd have to defer back to your own legal counsel.
But
What do you mean, like, you mean individually liable for, I'm not gonna be individually liable for,
I've been
liable
reading
for
this
my own
slap
stuff.
stuff, and so are you happy with this agreement? Can I ask you that with the fees that are set up now? That where I think you're getting $36,246 if the board approves it?
Am I happy with that? I don't understand the nature of your question.
Well, you mediated with our attorney, right, on this?
Negative.
Yes, Mr. West is in the county attorney's office. It's my understanding that, Mr. Green, unless you're going to correct me, my understanding is that, assuming that the county pays you $36,246 for your fees, that settles the issue of sanctions, and all the parties have agreed to enter a consent judgment. That's my understanding.
Yeah, we never entered into any mediation. There was never.
Well,
Right,
the
that's
agreement,
true.
maybe I used the wrong word, but you're okay with this agreement as it stands?
I have no objection to the consent.
Yeah,
I just wanted you on record before we go forward, because you're here.
Right.
And if it does go in front of the judge, I don't want any surprises, because I don't want to waste any more money.
Mike, can I interject just one thing, and I don't want to take
Yeah.
the floor from you? And Mr. Green's, Allison, were all the cases similar? I mean, and the reason I asked, I mean, one's 36,000, one's 13, and
So-
one's 52. I mean, that,
right.
I mean,
I
did
would
one
say-
case take more time? I mean, with you
I would say
Lloyd?
that generally speaking, the counsel for Gannett was sort of the leader in providing their filings and motions and that sort of thing, and that the other two parties' attorneys provided, I would say, a little less in that regard, and that's why their rates are different. It's just based on the amounts of time that they spent and that sort of thing.
But I'm saying, if all the cases had the same precedent or the same, it just it seems to me that it's a big disparity if it's the same type of case that, one's at 13.
No, it's
they're all
based on,
different cases.
no, it's the same case. It's based on, for the most part, it's based on their actual billing. There has been a little bit of negotiation to make this make sense, in order for this to be a
So we've gone through this, because, I mean,
compromise?
I'll tell you,
Yes.
I've been vetted and vetted and vetted and vetted when I've been accused of things. I mean, so.
The goal of this negotiation with regards to the sanctions order is to mitigate the damage and close this case out. That is the goal. That is the advice that you're getting. That is why this is in front of you. That's,
Okay. And the judge, these are not numbers that went to the judge. These are numbers that just came to your
the
office.
goal of this is for this not to have
I
to
understand
be,
that.
not to have to be decided by the judge. The goal of this is that the parties have gotten together, discussed it, come to grounds that we can all live with, resolve the issues in the case, and get it closed.
So your office vetted these numbers, 36, 13, 52, and you
Yes.
feel good about it? That's my question.
I feel very good about it.
You're
Some-
signing your.
There's been some compromise provided by the attorneys involved. They're a little bit different because one of the parties provided a little bit more in the way of being out front in way of filings and spent a little more time and resources on some things that the other attorneys were able, in some cases, to follow a little bit behind them. There has been a little bit of compromise, particularly by Mr. Green. It's based on their hourly rates. They're not all the same.
And the only reason I said,
Yeah.
when Lumen May's defending Lumen May, he's paying Eric Stevenson
understand.
out of his pocket.
No, I understand.
And so, I mean, I want to be,
But the-
just as prudent with dollars that are taxpayer dollars, to make sure that someone's saying these numbers are actual numbers that
They're
are
actual
reasonable
numbers.
and they make sense
Yes, sir.
for the defense. I apologize, Mike. Go ahead.
I had the same question because there is quite a bit of disparity. Mr. Green, if you want to say anything, you can. If not, I'm going to make comments. Do you have anything that you would like to share with this board before we make a decision?
No, I'm just here to answer any questions you have.
Okay, then unless someone else has
All right.
anything, I don't have any other questions. but I do have
Dennis,
some
maybe have a
comments.
seat just in case.
Sure.
If you don't mind up front, yeah, okay. Thank you.
Okay, so almost a year ago today, we came to this same dais, and we voted, everyone but me, because I didn't know the totality of who we were going after. I was under the assumption we were going after Mr. Owens. Didn't know that. We didn't say it on the dais. I asked who we were going after. The Madam Attorney, she said it could be several people. I didn't know who that was. I didn't know it was Donald Trump. I didn't know it was Gannett. I didn't know, honestly. Next thing I find out, we're going after the newspaper. We're going after Mr. Arduini. We had a meeting to potentially go after other people. I didn't serve my country for 33 years, and to have something like this, it looks like something out of Cuba or Russia or China. It's crazy. And I don't know where we got the Gannett piece. I'm not really sure where we got the Arduini piece other than what I've heard on social media. I agree with Commissioner Burgash with his personal stuff. No one wants to see your personal stuff gone. At the same time, you can't be half pregnant. And there were other things on those texts that were disclosed that probably shouldn't have been, Jeff, but they were. And they showed things that I think we could have handled differently, or I would have if I were you, but that the board voted with you, and I concede that. We had off-ramps, and the board chose not to take them multiple times. When we came back after we lost the Rapleva case, we had an opportunity to take an off-ramp. Instead, we buckled down, and we wanted to fight. And then we got the ruling. It wasn't in our favor. The judge said 3 times in it was personal. The state attorney said it was personal. The clerk sent you a bill saying it's personal. Well, that's what the judge and the state attorney and the clerk believe. I'm just saying what they said. Commissioner Burgash, that's what they said. It's been in 3 different venues, from the clerk to the attorneys, the judge, as well as in the state attorney report. Look, I don't know. I'm just saying what they said. I didn't say it. But at the same time, here the taxpayers are again on the hook. And we could have had an off-ramp. We could have handled this differently. I asked at that first meeting, and Commissioner May responded, how in the world could the IT department not know who took the document? I still can't believe that. And
how can an IT person?
Yeah, well, but no one knew that.
Yeah, no one knew that.
It was like the game of Clue.
Nobody knew.
It was a bar in the IT department, or it was crazy.
And what incompetent person takes your personal stuff and download it on the government computer? That's malice or incompetency. One of the two.
He was told not to do it.
Go ahead, Mike. But that's always been my question. I still don't know how it happened.
I was completely perplexed by that. Still am, until the state attorney thing came out, I guess, yesterday. And I read it this morning, and that says a lot. But for me, I want to get this behind us. I know you don't, but for me, it's time to move on. And I don't know, Mr. Chairman, if you have any comments, or the clerk, do you have anything on this that you would like to say? I know you've said.
I do have a question, Mike.
Yeah.
So this closes the possibility, Allison, of us being sued. And I know what you said, sued. I don't know how I'm going to get sued individually by something that happened with Jeff and Bart.
Well,
I don't know.
Sure we are. That's
but I would ask that question. Because stranger things have happened, and then we end up having to put bills.
Allison, are you guaranteeing that if we vote for this, none of us could be liable for any money?
Because I'm going to have to pay for my own attorney. I know that's what's going to happen for me.
This will, assuming all the boxes are checked, meaning that the invoicing is done, that the money is processed and paid, and that everyone keeps their word and gets on board with the wording of a consent judgment. Assuming that, this case will be closed. I cannot promise you what may happen with any other kind of things that might be filed in the future. I cannot give you a guarantee.
See, Mike, here's where I am. I'm like you. I want to settle it and let's move on. But if there's no guarantee that we can't get sued, what's the point? You know what I mean? So we have to check. In my opinion, you got to check those boxes, because if we're still open up for litigation and liability, then here we go. And
you would hope that they would live by the agreement.
That's
why I brought Mr.
But in
Green
God
up
we
to
trust. In God we trust. Everybody else signed on the dotted line and said we're not going into litigation. And
can't
then right
answer
there.
that.
So that's fundamentally a problem, because we getting sued individually. You and I or Jeff or Steve have to pay our own bills. But I'm not going to waste another taxpayer dollar on frivolous lawsuits.
This is the third off-ramp.
I'm just not going to do it. If we're guaranteed that this is it, this is a done deal, it's like a mediation and we're done, let's move on down the road. If it's not closed,
I mean, I think-
then I don't know what's the point. I mean,
Commissioner,
I want to close it out.
Commissioner, I think we have to, obviously, I don't know much, as evidenced by, you know, a number of instances perhaps, but this is it. I mean,
And that's the only question I'm asking, Mr. Chairman.
we can't, I mean, there's many different things have gone into this, but the fact is we're, you know, if you just look at the, extract Jeff from this and have it be another settlement for something else, just a settlement where we have three, you know, it's a private party that has sued the county, you know, maybe related to the explosion at the jail or whatever. I mean, I know that Allison didn't mention the phrase universal settlement or whatever that phrase was that we dealt with 7 or 8 years ago, but whatever that number was or whatever that phrase was, there was, you know, there were multiple parties that were on the other side of the case from the county. Those multiple parties came to some agreement, and the board entered into that agreement at the willingness of knowing on the other side of the table, this was the agreement from these parties. And that closed, that allowed the board to move on from that case. You know, it's maybe different because there's, there's three attorneys or whatever, but I don't see taking action allowing anything further in the future to happen any more than I would see an individual settlement that the board went into, one of the other action items that we settled tonight, posing a risk of something in the future. I mean, we're, you know, if we're closing the case, we're closing the case. And I guess I'll make my comments now, Jeff.
But can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
If you don't mind, and I don't mean to be rude to you. If we did, and I'll let you get back, because you posed a question to me, Steve, the only reason I would ask. If we didn't pay this today, who would be liable? Would Jeff be liable for it?
No, he's not
he's not a party in the case. We are the party in the case.
The county is there's an order, and the sanctions were ordered against the county.
We were sued.
Yeah.
It wasn't Jeff that was sued.
We were found at fault and sanctioned.
The county brought the lawsuit against these parties.
Okay, I got it. Go ahead, Steve.
Right.
Fine.
So-
I'm done.
Go ahead, Mr. Chairman. I want to have a question when you're.
So, go ahead, Mike.
Well, I want to, you can finish first, but
Go ahead.
Madam Clerk, you throw some surprises sometimes. Do you have any comments on this?
Mike, it's really a decision for the board.
I just wanted to tell you that the comptroller doesn't have a position in this. This is a court order, or it's a ruling at this point. Ultimately, it is the court's decision. When you get an order, you will pay. It is the county's responsibility to pay, but for, I believe, Mr. Green filed a 57.105 motion. You have reminded me many a times I'm not an attorney, though I have a daytime one. I've got a husband that's one. I got a daughter that's one. I got a son that's one. I'm surrounded. I'm a CPA. I got 3 kids that are CPAs. I mean, I know enough law. But I'm telling you, this case will be decided by the judge, regardless of your vote, Mr. Green.
But you'll pay it if we vote for it?
So my understanding is that the parties are agreeing to a consent judgment to close out the case. There would be no additional hearings. We would be done with the case.
So we're done.
So maybe this will help explain it a little better. So typically when you settle a case, you have a general release, right? Or you could have a mutual release, both parties. So here, there's not a general release. We're not releasing any and all claims as related to this matter. We're only releasing the entitlement to seek fees, which the judge says, hey, you know, all the defendants' attorneys have a right to recover their fees. And then now we're settling that portion of the case. So it has nothing to do with future litigation related to regarding or anything like that. But once that order is put in, when we stipulate to it and it's paid out, this case is closed.
Yes, that means you're not going to attempt to come back and get more fees through 57-105 later.
Correct. Because there would be no
judgment.
57-105 to go after.
We're all on the same page.
Well, and thanks, Dennis. That kind of cleared it all up for me. I appreciate it. So we're not going to get sued down the road. We're settling
No, I
the
didn't
fees.
say that, no.
No, for this case.
Well, I'm saying for this case. I'm not talking about every case, but, I mean, does this close this case out? I mean, that's my
This
question.
closes this case.
Yes.
We were not, we were not able to negotiate general releases because the parties are not willing to say that they'll never sue us for something. This will close this case, this will close out the fees, there'll be a judgment. This should end this case that we brought.
All right, Dennis.
Yes.
We have a seat again in case.
Sure, not a
Just
problem.
Thank you. So, yes, this closes the case of, the literal case of Escambia County versus so-and-so, so-and-so, so-and-so. And at some point in time, we have to do that. And, you know, and Jeff, I will tell you, I don't mention a whole lot about personal life, but this is, something that, my wife and I have even discussed. I can't imagine. I can't imagine. I can't imagine how terrible it is. I would be just mortified to have people see texts between Ellen and I I can't imagine. And I think myself and my dear friend on the end of the dais have been I couldn't be more empathetic. Like I said, I just can't imagine the violation that I would feel personally. And, Commissioner May and I have been as, lock, stock, and barrel, as supportive as asked as we could possibly be throughout this process. It's shocking and just shocking, devastating, whatever adjective you put in. I can't imagine. And I don't say this, I don't necessarily understand, the rulings. I don't necessarily understand that. But the unfortunate part is it's, probably stacked on maybe some other things that I don't understand. But it's what's happened. And it's, whether I think we ought to be in this meeting discussing this item under these circumstances, it's shocking. But this is where we are. We have an opportunity to close the council, the sanction with council fees. We have the opportunity to close that item, and related to the Escambia County versus so-and-so, so-and-so, and so-and-so, I think we need to close that item. I don't know, it doesn't preclude, as Mr. Green stated, or whatever, it doesn't preclude, John Doe from suing the county for something, or, but that's going to be a new case. It doesn't preclude you from taking actions and seeking another remedy. It doesn't preclude those things, but we do have a court order, and we have councils that I think have, from their work point of view, they have a reasonable expectation to be paid. From the judges' point of view, they have, from the judge's point of view, it's our responsibility to make sure they're paid, as in the county's responsibility. I'm not saying it's yours. You're not involved in the case. The county was the plaintiff in the case. So the judge has said that the county is responsible for fees. The fees have been negotiated. We have an opportunity to close this part out, and whether they're going to be paid or not, I control only what I can control, and I have an opportunity to close the door on this, vote to pay the three councils to allow things to move forward from this. I don't begrudge anything that you do in the future, and as far as how you vote on the item or how you move forward in the future, I don't know what I would do. I mean, this is literally the conversation that Ellen and I have had dozens of times over the last year and a half. I don't know. I don't even know what I would do if they saw everything. I don't know. I can't imagine. But with the item that's come to the board tonight, I don't think that we have a choice, and I don't personally have the appetite to continue fighting without. I never thought we would get here, but here's where we are, and I'm sorry.
No.
I don't mean the item on the. I just mean overall. I really am. I'm sorry. It's what's happened. I think is a terrible thing. I don't understand how what's happened to you is not criminal, but
it is
But I'm clearly a layperson and not an expert in these matters. So I think that my only responsible action tonight as a vote on the board is to at least vote to have the county pay what the judge has told us to pay that's now been negotiated by the three councils to try to close the book on something. And I feel like that's what I've got to do.
I appreciate the comments from all of my counterparts here. My question to the clerk is, it appears the board's going to pay. Are you going to write the check?
I will not write the check based on this vote. It will be an order of the court. Ultimately, the judge can reject this.
Okay.
Bottom line, whatever the
If he
court orders.
assuming he accepts it.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, and Jeff, I mean, I'm sorry for what's happened, but I'll tell you, I settled things this week that I certainly don't feel like I probably should have, but it's in the best interest of the county and in the best interest. So even, and Mike brought it up, I mean, even when I said to you that this was going to be an uphill battle. But I mean, for, moral and ethical reasons, I mean, I support it because I wouldn't want that to happen. I mean, we decided to serve in this public life, but I mean, not to be attacked in our personal life. I think that was wrong, exactly what happened to you, Jeff. But at some point, we have to, cut our losses and move on, and we make decisions that's going to cost. I just don't want to continue to make decisions that cost taxpayers dollars. And listen, I'm the liberal Democrat up here. I mean, but I mean, I want to be conservative in how we spend. I will say this, Steve, for the record, and so you and I have been very supportive of our colleague. I think that, and Dennis is someone that I respect a lot. We go way back to the sheriff's department. We go back friends for a long time, and certainly have a lot of respect for Dennis. We did a lot of work together for children. This is not going to stop us from getting sued. That's the bottom line. I mean, we're paying the fees, and they have every right, if they like, to bring more litigation on us. And so I just want to be clear that this may not be the end. Paying these fees may still cost us money.
Ideally disposes the case.
Well, I hope. I wish, but I'm just telling you, Dennis didn't say that. I mean, clear. Dennis was very clear that this is the fees. It does not stop future litigation. Correct, Dennis?
We'll see. And you don't. Yeah.
No, right. Yeah, but and that's. I'm just putting that on the record. I mean, listen. Let's get it over with. I mean, it's well beyond. Well, I don't care. We said at midnight. Now it's past 9. But I mean, it's well beyond the time of going. Jeff, I've been very supportive, my friend. And I hate what had happened. To reading things about your daughter and my daughter both did nursing together. They got penned together. I know Sally. I mean, there's certain things that are confidential, and just because you're an elected official doesn't mean that people need to know what time you went to the bathroom this morning.
Well, luckily, there's none of that. Well, I just want to, look, this was difficult. This has been a tough situation. I know that it was a long shot using these Replevin statutes from the 18th century to deal with these 21st century problems, but I do think that there was merit to the suit. We never intended to shut down anyone's right to freedom of speech. We gave all the records. We gave everything that was a public record. The only thing we attempted to get back, and I got to say this, for the attorneys, for their benefit, on our side, was we wanted the confidential information back. I still want it back. That's why I'm going to meet with the state attorney if she'll have a meeting, because it was never about the text message. I could care less. Okay, so you got my text messages. You know what I really think. Okay, so what? It's the 20 citizens. It's the former employee. It's my family. It's the confidential medical information from employees of mine about their. There's 20 people. There's 20 people in those files that have confidential, privileged information that would never be released under a public record. Bart knew it, and Jonathan knows it. He even admitted it. He read it. So that was never the point of the case, to pull it all back. We just wanted to pull back the confidential records that were not subject to public release, and they were not for public consumption. The judge didn't see that. Obviously we gave it a shot, but I will say, we were hoping, we were counting on the fact that there would be some criminal charges here. There's criminal statutes, 817.5685. If you're unauthorized to possess personal identification information on 5 or more people, it's a felony. How many people have this information on 20 citizens? That's why I'm going to meet with Ginger Madden and Greg Marcial again. There has to be an accounting of who has this information so that the 20 citizens are not victimized over and over. I get it. This chapter has to come to a close. I get it. You guys got to vote.
If he has immunity, what can you do?
Well, maybe it's not just him. Maybe it's not just him. I don't think Mr. Owens deserves immunity for what he did. And we'll just have to see how that meeting with Ginger Bowden goes. But I understand why you guys are going to do what you're going to do. Thank you.
All right. Entertain a motion if there's
Yeah.
one forthcoming.
I guess I'll move forward. Hopefully this will be one of the last, but as the county attorney report number 7, I move to pay the attorney's fees for Mr. Green, Mr. Friday, and Ms. Lucero.
And B, A and B?
Oh, and I'm sorry, and B.
All right, is there a
9B.
I'm sorry, is there a second? Thank you. All right, Board, we have discussed, any further discussion before we vote? All right, hearing none. All those in favor, please raise your right hand. All those opposed? All right, item passes 3-1. Madam Counsel.
That concludes my report. Thank you, gentlemen.
Board, I think we've disposed of everything. There were no additional items added to the agenda. Evening.